Dam project awarded to them for more than 10 years after collecting over 600 million naira. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I lay the petitions? Thank you.
Please go ahead. Any more petitions? Yes, Honorable Member. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Ibe Okwara Osonwa Ukabo Hafia, and I represent the very, very prosperous people of Aluchuko Hafia Federal Constituency. I'm also from that state that has the only performing governor. Whether I like him or not, I come from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions to present. One is from the aggrieved and exploited group of clients of Enclaved Standards Alliance Insurance PLC. The petition is against Standard Alliance Insurance Company PLC for the non-payment of insurance policies, maturation claims, annuities, and pensions also. Their plea is that this be paid ASAP. I also have another petition from David Ode, who was, until his break, a principal investigative officer of the Public Petitions Commission, and his petition is on the non-reinstatement after the expiration of his leave of absence. I seek your leave to lay these two petitions.
Please go ahead. Any more petition? De Jong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, my dear honorable colleagues. My name is Chenna Harris Okonkwo. I represent the people of the Dembele North and South Federal Constituency in Anambra State.
Can you switch off your mic and on it again? Where is this echo coming from? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, again, my name is Honorable Chenna Harris Okonkwo, representing the people of the Dembele North and South Federal Constituency in Anambra State. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition here from the Ugwagu subfamily located in Umuota, Obosi, and their petition is against the Nigeria Erosion and Watershed Management Project, new map. There was a project that was embarked upon within their locality, and the project was abandoned halfway, and it has caused huge deterioration to land and property through erosion menace that has occurred within that locality. And they're seeking for the plea for intervention so that project would be completed to its fullest. Mr. Speaker, with your kind leave, I would like to lay this petition before the House.
Please go ahead. Any more petitions? Yes, Honorable from Taraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable David Ebelfoy. I represent the people of Gashaka, Kurmi, Sardona. Mr. Speaker, I rise here to submit a petition from the people of Mayo Belewa. It's a community in my federal constituency against African Nature Investors. It's an NGO partnering with Gashaka Gumti National Park. And the petition is that is related is against Annie and the Controller General of the National Park over the recent killing of 3 members of the community. Mr. Speaker, I will beg the leave of the House to lay the petition.
Please go ahead, Honorable. Any more petitions?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, can't see the face properly, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to lay this petition. Mr. Speaker, I am Victor Obuzo. I represent the people of Ahoda West, Oba, Egbema, Ondoni Federal Constituency. I'm from Rivers State. Mr. Speaker, this petition is an urgent call for the intervention of the House of Representatives to curb and prevent the misuse of powers, instigation and using the Nigerian police to harass, intimidate, suppress and oppress the petitioners and members of the Egi clan, Oba Egbema Ndoni local government area of Rivers State, Mr. Speaker, purposely carried out by Eze Victor Ebo Elenwa and Bosun Ayo, using some senior members of the Nigerian Police Force. Mr. Speaker, this is born out of payments made by Total Nigeria Limited, and Mr. Speaker, where such allegations are made referring to the police. We know the good job that the IGP is doing in the country. We see the urgent need to bring the House into this matter so as to resolve without any communal issues and crises coming out of these activities of these persons. Mr. Speaker, I seek the House to permit me to lay this petition. Thank you.
Please go ahead. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the privilege. I am Ben Etana Bene. I represent Okbe, Saple, Uye, Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Delta State. Mr. Speaker, this petition is written by Elohim Chambers, Alufe, and Alufe. And he is writing on behalf of Joscas Engineering and Contracting Company Nigeria Limited. And he is representing a community, a family in Ekma, in Uwe local government area. The title of this petition, Mr. Speaker, is the wanton destruction of properties, use of military personnel, conduct and acts likely to cause civil unrest in Uwe local government area of Delta State. Mr. Speaker, it's a very serious matter for issues involving military and civilians in communities. I think it is important we look into this matter. And it involves the NNPC Pension Fund Limited. Because of time, I will probably ask for your leave to present this petition before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please go ahead. Yes, Honorable.
Me? My name is Honorable Chris Nkwoncha, and I represent the good people of Okwa East and Okwa West Federal Constituency in Abia State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I have two petitions here. These two petitions, one is signed by Ibe Ignatius Chukwudi and Ugochukwu Soludo. For want of time, Mr. Speaker, this petition is captioned complaint arising from denial of successful working bid of 2008 in respect of Block D2 and Block SSQ, Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The other petition is a case of a staff who sustained injury while at work, and that was in 2021. Up till now, Mr. Speaker, he has not been given any compensation. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, and the permission of my honorable colleagues, may I please proceed and lay these two petitions before the floor? Thank you.
Please go ahead. Any more?
Yes,
No?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, who is that?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
My honorable colleagues, my name is Abdul Malik Abdul Rahim Danga. I represent the entire people of Adavi Okehi Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kogi State. The petition is from the FSJ Anthony, and the subject matter is reappeal for the intervention of the House of Representatives in respect of the case of Engineer Salihu Muhammad Tahir, who has been in DSS detention since 4th of February 2023, despite order of court for his release. May I seek the permission of Honorable Speaker and the House to lay this petition?
Please go ahead. Any more?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished honorable colleague, my name is Honorable Danladi Suleiman Agwe, member representing the good and very fantastic people of Lokoja, Kogi Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kogi State. I have a petition from one Othman Abdul, a senior staff of Julius Berger, Nigerian PSC. The petition is on foreign national trying to cause religious crisis in Nigeria. I seek leave of the Speaker to permit me to lay this petition to this noble chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Any more? All petitions are referred to the Committee on Public Petition for further legislative action. Matters of urgent public importance. The Leader of the House, please can you move that we suspend our rules to take more than 3 in view of the fact that yesterday we were unable to sit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished honorable colleague, Abdullah Ibrahim Halims is my name. I am from Kogi State. I represent the wonderful people of Ankpa Malala Borough Federal Constituency. I hereby move that the House do suspend its relevant rules to enable us to take more petitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minority Leader, please can you second?
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, Kingsley Chinda, I represent Obiapo Federal Constituency. I'm from Rivers State. I rise to second the motion as moved by the Deputy House Leader. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable colleagues, the first motion we are taking is coming from Honorable Patrick Umo. If Dr. Patrick is around, please can you rise and move your motion. Is Honorable Patrick Umo on the floor? No? Okay. The next one is coming from Honorable Mitema Obodo, member representing Obia Federal Constituency of Bayelsa. Is he on the floor? Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Our speaking speaker, the people's speaker. My name is Honorable Chief Mitema Obodo. I represent Ogbia Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to rely on Order 8, Rule 5, and to move that I be granted the opportunity to bring a motion of urgent public importance on the subject matter resolving the impasse and the urgent need to investigate and settle the lingering police recruitment dispute halting the 2023-2024 police recruitment. With humility, I so move.
Any seconder to the first leg of the motion? Yes, Honorable.
Honorable members, my name is Mweke Felix Uche. I represent Elemetai Oyibo Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Rivers State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Any seconder to the second leg of the motion? Any seconder? Yes, Honorable, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, Omini Emmanuel Olusoya is my name, representing Ataku Mosa East. at Akumasa West, Ilesa East, and West Federal Constituency. I'm from Osun State. I write this morning to support the second leg of that motion, ably moved by honorable colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Mitema, please can you proceed and lay your debate before the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Honorable Chief Mitema Obodo, Ogbea Federal Constituency of Bayelsa State. The House notes that the Nigerian Police Force is the principal law enforcement and lead security agency established in 1930 from a merger of the two preceding agencies, the Northern and Southern Police, Nigerian Police, and designated by Section 214 of the 1999 Constitution as a national police of Nigeria with exclusive jurisdiction to provide civil services, maintain law and order, and protect lives and property. Also note that the Nigerian Police Force is a federal government organization consisting of 36 state commands and the Federal Capital Territory, grouped into 17 zones and 8 administrative organs, with a personnel strength of approximately 371,800 and headed by the Inspector General of Police. Notes further that the Nigerian Police is under the supervision of the Police Service Commission, which has the power to appoint, promote, and dismiss all officers of the Nigerian Police Force except the Inspector General of Police, and with the objective of brokering a relationship of trust and confidence between the public and the police. Mr. Speaker, aware that in view of the population of Nigeria and the security situation in the country, the ideal police to citizen ratio in Nigeria ought to be 1 police officer to 200 citizens. However, the country currently has a ratio of 1 police officer to 650 citizens, including a significant shortfall in the Nigerian police strength, and far below the United Nations recommendation of 1 police to 450 citizens. Also aware of the lingering dispute between the Nigerian Police Service Commission and the Inspector General of Police, which has resulted to an impasse and regrettably halted the ongoing recruitment process for almost 10 months. Concerned that the lingering dispute between the Police Service Commission and the Inspector General of Police, which has resulted to halt in the 2023 and 24 recruitment process, exacerbates the existing shortage of police personnel, undermining the police capacity to effectively respond to security threats. Recognizes the critical need to strengthen the Nigerian police force by setting a ratio of 1 police officer to 200 citizens, or adopt the United Nations recommendation of a ratio of 1 police officer to 450 citizens to address the escalating security challenges facing our nation. Also recognizes that the resolution of the lingering dispute between the Police Service Commission and the Inspector General of Police and the recruitment of additional police officers are crucial to the bolstering Nigerian security and ensuring the safety of citizens. Worried that this shortage of police personnel has reduced police presence in communities, thereby leading to a surge in crime rates as criminals take advantage of the situation, especially in Bayelsa State, where I come from, compromising public safety, eroded trust in the police force and the government's ability to ensure security. Also worried, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, that the dispute between the Police Service Commission and the Inspector General of Police, which has resulted to a halt in the police recruitment and the attendant capacity shortage and weakness of the Nigerian police, may have a far-reaching national security implication, potentially emboldening terrorists, bandits, and other criminal elements. The House resolves, Mr. Speaker, to urge the House Committees on Police to investigate the root cause of the lingering dispute between the Police Service Commission and the Inspector General of Police, with the aim of resolving the dispute and to proceed with the recruitment process without further delay, and to report back to the House with recommendations within 4 weeks. Urge the House to call on the federal government of Nigeria to provide adequate funding and resources necessary to support the recruitment and training of police officers. And thirdly and finally, urge the House to impress on the federal government to increase the number of police personnel to be recruited, and in doing so, ensure that the federal character provisions as enshrined in the 1999 Constitution is strictly adhered to. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, most respectfully, I so move.
Any seconder to this motion? Yes, Right Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I am Honorable Said Yusuf Miga. I represent Jahun Miga Federal Constituency. I am from Jigawa State. I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Metama. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Public Police Institutions and Federal Character for further legislative action. The next motion is coming from Honorable Mohammed Omar Bio. If Honorable Omar is around, please can you rise and move your motion.
Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Speaker. My dear honorable colleagues, Mohammed Omar Bio is my name. I speak for the people of Baruchen and Kaya, my federal constituency, Mr. Speaker. My dear honorable colleagues, I come from Kwara State. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 8, Rule 5, matter of urgent public importance, on the need to investigate National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACOM, and FCTA Muslim Pilgrimage Welfare Board, their agents and sub-agents oversaw the arrangement and treatment of Nigerian pilgrims in the 2024 Hajj exercise. Mr. Speaker, I seek that we suspend our relevant rules to enable me to take the motion. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to the first leg of the motion? Yes, Right Honorable. Public procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. My name is Idem Unyime, member representing Ukanafun, Orogonam Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by my colleague, I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg. Yes, Honorable. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respected Honorable colleague, I am Honorable Badagaja Mohammed, presenting Isa and Samamin Federal Constituency. I second the motion ably by my colleague, Honorable Bill. Mr. Speaker, I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Bill, please can you proceed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Mohammed Omar Bio is my name. I speak for the people of Baruchen and Kaya, my federal constituency. Ideally, I come from Kwara State. Mr. Speaker, my dear honorable colleagues, I have a motion of urgent public importance on the need to investigate National Hajj Commission of Nigeria and FCTA Muslim Pilgrimage Welfare Board, their agents and sub-agents oversaw the arrangement and treatment of Nigerian pilgrims in the 2024 Hajj exercise. The House notes that Hajj exercise is important in the life of every Muslim. And it is in fact one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Also note that NACOM was set up to provide efficient and effective services to the pilgrim through implementation of NACOM Act. Further note that for seamless coordination in the states of the Federation, each state has Muslim Pilgrim Welfare Board, and that of FCT is the FCTA Muslim Welfare Board. Observes that about 50,865 Muslim pilgrims across the states in Nigeria under the care of NACOM, and some of them were not taken care of in terms of welfare, organization, guidance, and monitoring as expected. Cognizance of the huge amount paid by the pilgrims for the 2024 Hajj exercise, NACOM's 2024 budget allocation, intervention from the federal government to the tune of 90 billion naira, and support from the government of Saudi Arabia, NICOM and FCTA Muslim Pilgrim Welfare Boards below performance in the 2024 Hajj exercise, especially in Makkah and in Muna, is unexpected. This thought that if this poor performance of NACOM is not investigated with a view to improving future performance, future Hajj exercise for Nigerian citizens may be more complicated and put the entire country in bad light in the Committee of Nations. Resolves, therefore, condemn the performance of NACOM and FCTA Muslim Pilgrim Welfare Board in the 2024 Hajj exercise. Set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the activities of NACOM and Federal Capital Territory Administration Muslim Pilgrim Welfare Board, their agents and sub-agents in the 2024 Hajj exercise. Mr. Speaker, my dear honorable colleagues, I so move.
Any seconder to this motion? Air Force.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My respected colleagues, I remain Right Honorable Kabir Alasarurum. I represent Ranabunku Kebbi Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker. I am from Kano. I rise to second the very important motion moved by my friend and colleague and brother, Honorable Bio. I so second, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Colleagues, before I put the question, I think Honorable Ali JC, you said you want to contribute?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my very respected honorable colleague. Mr. Speaker, I remain Honorable Ali Issa JC, representing Balanga, Biliri Federal Constituency. I am from Gombe State. Mr. Speaker, the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, was established after repealing the Nigerian Pilgrimage Commission Act, Cap 321, 1990, with a clear mandate, among other things, for them to supervise, give license, coordinate, organize, provide accommodation, provide transportations before, that is from Nigeria to Saudi Arabia, and also during the exercise. Apart from provision of accommodation, provide medical support for all pilgrimage. This year's Hajj, Nigerians paid more than 8 million naira for the ordinary seat to travel to Saudi Arabia. Most of them slept outside because there was no accommodation. Some VIPs spent more than 20 million each without provision of accommodation, without provision of medical assistance, transportation. People were frustrated during this year's Hajj. And apart from the intervention from Central Bank, which is about 100 billion, Mr. Speaker, the National Hajj Commission is also claiming spending over 400 billion. I believe this is a serious issue that all Nigerians need to wake up. I advise that we should go ahead and set up an ad hoc committee and let the ad hoc committee be open. Let there be public hearings where all Nigerians across the state will come and contribute. We have received complaints from sitting governors about how their states have been treated. We have received complaints from our constituents of how they have been abandoned. Some of them have to struggle to get a flight to come back. Some have been abandoned at the airport. Mr. Speaker, this is the right time for us to take a serious decision. And as Nigerians and also members of the parliament, we have a duty to ensure that public funds are spent according to the rules. I rightly support the mover of these motions, and I also appeal to all my honorable colleagues to give it all the necessary support, and let's see how we can get out of this. I also have also sponsored a bill which have also gone through a first reading and is coming for second reading to ensure that this system has been reduced. Let them just remain as monitors. Let them allow other states and other individuals to handle themselves just like other countries are doing, which most of us, if we travel, we even prefer to go to the tents of other countries, which are more organized, more well-equipped than Nigerian tent. I support it, and I wish all the members will give it all the necessary support and speed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion will be referred to an ad hoc committee that will be set up in due course to investigate and also call for a public hearing for Nigerians to know what actually happened and what we need to do going forward to solve this perennial problem. Thank you. The next motion is coming from Right Honorable Barrister Kwamoti Bitrus Lowry. If Honorable Lowry is around, please can you rise and move your motion. And before then, please just for records, the clerk please take note, the last motion that was taken by Chief Mitema in respect of police, the committees that that motion is referred to will be the two police committees as well as Federal Character Committee. Please take note. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. My name is Kwamoti Bitrus Lowry. I represent the people of Jamsa Numan Lamude Federal Constituency of Adamawa State. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I have a matter of urgent public importance, and the matter is in respect of the continued eviction of the police, our gallant policemen from their barracks, creating more IDPs, and in that respect, I come under Order 8, Rule 5, and I urge us to suspend these rules for me to take this matter as urgent. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to the first leg of the motion? You must be a very strong man to second this motion, and you must be an explorer. Do we have many? You know, Plateau is known for mining. Is Honorable Tijani there? Please go ahead. I think you are qualified.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the compliment. Your Excellency, sir, I remain Tijani Kayode Ismail, representing Ifelodun Ofa on your federal constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Kwara State. I rise to second the motion heavily moved by my colleague. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg, there is one lady that this house has not had a golden voice for quite a long time. It is my pleasure to invite Honorable Khadija Bukar to second the second leg of this motion.
Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Khadija Bukar Abba Ibrahim. I represent Damaturu, Tarmua, Gujiba, Gulani Federal Constituency of Yobe State. I rise to second the second leg of the motion as ably moved by my honorable colleague. Thank you very much.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. My brother, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. The House notes that it is more than 5 years since the Nigerian Police Trust Funds Establishment Act 2019 was signed into law by His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari GCFR, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, on the 24th of June 2019 to operate for 6 years from its commencement date, meaning the law has 1 year remaining to expire. Also note that Section 5E of the Nigerian Police Trust Funds Establishment Act 2019 clearly stated that one of the purposes of the fund is for the construction of police stations, provisions of living facilities such as quarters or barracks for the Nigerian Police Force. Recall that on the 26th October 2019, the House of Representatives on similar matter resolved to mandate the Ministry of Interior and Police Affairs to liaise with the Bureau of Public Enterprise to assess the value of all federal-owned police barracks across the country for purpose of auctioning. Recognize that the annual budgetary allocations for the construction of befitting housing accommodation for serving police officers is always being captured in the annual appropriations since the establishment of the fund. It is on record that more than 5 billion naira has been spent on renovation of barracks from 2019 to date without any correspondent results. Cognizant that the police officers and their families deserve conducive accommodation, as against the current situation where they live in dilapidated structures only fit for lizards and reptiles and birds that due to large cracks and leaking roofs. The welfare of the gallant police officers has continued to deteriorate, making it imperative for the matter of police housing to be revisited. Aware that following the directives by the former IGP of police officers to vacate 25 police barracks in Lagos State for the purpose of renovation or reconstruction.
Honorable Kawoche, can you approach the chair, please?
Or reconstruction has forced the displacement of hundreds of thousands of serving police officers and their families due to inadequate arrangements to prevent humanitarian, psychological, or trauma that comes with large human displacement, not forgetting the insecurity consequences. Worried that considering the high cost of rent and general cost of living caused by high inflation and other economic factors in the nation, crime rate and general insecurity has increased astronomically. The timing of implementing the policy, however well-intentioned, is ill-timed. Further worried that rather than our gallant officers to focus on providing securities of lives and property of the Nigerian citizens, they are faced with threats to their personal security, as they have to settle the issues of displacement and providing the safe accommodation for their family members, and also is not implication, and also the implication of internal security. Concern that similar directives in the past affecting barracks in Mobalaji, Bankantoni, officers' quarters Ikeja, GRA officers' mess at Zone 2, Onikan, and DRG quarters in Maitama, Abuja, have been vacated over 2 years without the said renovation or construction work done, not to talk of relocation of the affected police officers, thereby creating fear and distrust that the directive is just another plot to sell off the property, not minding the plight of police personnel. Disturbed that continuing with the proposed policy may have their consequences on the morale and psyche of affected personnel, as well as security of lives and property of people living in Nigeria, which makes it imperative to urgently act to rebuild the lost confidence and trust of police personnel in the proposed in the process of proposed renovation or reconstruction of police barracks across the country. I urge the House to resolve, 1, that the eviction of thousands of police personnel from their barracks for the purpose of renovation, reconstruction, or remodeling under any public-private partnership be suspended forthwith pending investigation into the previous attempt to implement such policy by former IGPs. 2, mandate the House Committee on Police Affairs to review the report of the ad hoc committee mandated to produce a comprehensive addendum to Police Reform Bill constituted in October 2023, as well as previous resolutions of the House on the subject matter, with a view to advise on the best strategy of implementing the policy, preventing rendering police officers and their families as internally displaced persons and its attendant implications, considering the cholera outbreak in some states affecting the policy and economic hardship being experienced throughout the country. Number 3, mandate the House Committee on Police Affairs and Legislative Compliance to ensure compliance and report within 4 weeks for further legislative action. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder to this motion? I cannot see the man with the red cap. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God, one day you wear that red cap sitting on that chair. My name is Barrister Muhammad Bello Shehu, representing the people of Fagge Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as ably moved by my colleague. Thank you very much. And
those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg of the motion. Any seconder to the second leg? This motion is for people with the red caps. So I will recognize another one from this extreme end.
Yes, I have the red cap too. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Engineer Idu Emeka G is my name. I represent the commercial city and metropolitan city of Onitsha North and Onitsha South Federal Constituency. I am from Anambra State, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the second leg of the motion, ably moved by my colleague. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye.
Amendment.
Amendment to what?
To the motion.
Can't you allow him to lead the debate and then you make your amendment under prayers? Pardon?
I'm guided.
Okay, thank you. So those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. Honorable, please proceed. Oh, you have already debated. This motion is referred to the Committee on Police. Or you want to make sometimes this distraction when people are coming.
We have
we need to really manage it.
My name, Right Honorable Speaker, Gaza Jonathan Befi, representing Karu Kefi Kokona Federal Constituency. We equally have a committee in charge of public assets, and since it has to do with barracks, I guess it's necessary that we include the Committee on Public Assets into the investigation. That's my barracks. Barracks is public assets. It's public assets by all standing all over this world. Barracks are part of public assets. So that's my amendment. I so move.
Any seconder to this amendment? Yes, Honorable Kuye, for obvious reasons.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise
to second the motion, the amendment made by Honorable Gaza. My name is Ademorin Ali Okuye. I noticed that Mr. Speaker has taken judicial notice of the name. So since it has proceeded, I thought it's not necessary to mention it. But I'll just add the constituency, Shomolu Federal Constituency. That man there is from my constituency too, product of my constituency, Lagos State. Yes.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support of this motion as amended should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Police Affairs and Public Assets for further legislative action. Thank you.
Next motion is coming from Honorable Ino Garba, representing Yamal to Deba Federal Constituency. If Honorable Ino is around, please can you rise and move your motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my fellow colleagues, I am Right Honorable Ino Garba, member representing Yamal to Deba Federal Constituency from Gombe State. I rise to move a motion that Order 8 Rule 5 should be suspended for me to present this motion on a matter that is very urgent on the need for the federal government to alleviate the sufferings of the people of Yamal to the Federal Constituency of Gombe State who are negatively affected by the delayed rainfall in the constituency and Gombe State in general. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of the second leg, the first leg of the motion, anyone? Yes, Honorable, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleagues, my name is Honorable Umar Ajilo. I'm a member representing the very good people of Makarfi-Kudan Federal Constituency. I am from the northwestern Nigeria of Kaduna State. I rise, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, to second the motions ably moved by my very good friend and brother, former Speaker of Gombe State, Honorable Ino Garba. Mr. Speaker, I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg? Any seconder to the second leg? Architect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague. My name is Honorable Architect Osman Murtala Banye, member representing people of Patagarawa, Chirimi Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Katsina State. I rise to second the second leg of this motion as moved by my honorable colleague. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleagues. The House notes that the Yamal to the Federal Constituency is currently experiencing unprecedented delayed rainfall and drought in the midst of rainy season. Data on the mean monthly rainfall over a period of 33 years from 1970 to 2023 collated by the NIMET indicated that Taraba and Borno State received more rainfall than Gombe State. This trend is becoming persistent. Concerned
that these unexplainable climate changes have severely impacted on the local farmers who rely on timely regular rainfalls for their agricultural activities. Worried that the continued drought poses a significant threat to agricultural productivity, potentially leading to a long-term food shortages and economic instability in the constituency and the state as a whole. Disturbed that the livelihood of the farmers and the overall food security of the federal constituency are at risk, necessitating immediate action to mitigate the adverse effects of the drought. Believe that the effort should be made to ensure the stability and sustainability of agricultural productivity in the face of climate uncertainties in the affected federal constituencies. Resolved, as my friends, Mr. Speaker, fellow colleagues, 1, to call on the federal government through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, to urgently provide support and assistance to the affected farmers in the Yamal to the federal constituency and Gombe State as a whole through provision of drought-resistant seeds, irrigation equipment, and technical support to mitigate the effect of the drought on agricultural productivity. Second, mandate the House Committee on Emergency and Disaster Preparedness to liaise with NEMA to conduct a thorough assessment of the situation and provide emergency relief materials to the affected farmers, including food supplies, financial assistance, and other necessary resources. Thirdly, and the last one, urge the federal government and Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, NEMA, and NIMET to promote the long-term strategies to address the impact of climate change on agriculture, including investment in sustainable farming practices, water management system, and development of early warning system to better prepare for future climate changes negative impact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Any seconder? Any seconder? Yes, right, Honorable. Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I remain Honorable Dr. Hamed Adam Saba. I represent the good people of Edmoro Party Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker from Kwara State, I rise this afternoon to second the motion ably moved by my colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to committees on agri services, climate change, and NEMA for further legislative action. The next motion is coming from Honorable Clement Jimbo. If Honorable Clement is available, please can you rise and move your motion?
Thank you very much, my dear Speaker, my colleagues. My name is Clement Jimbo. I represent the very good people of Abak at Megbo, Ika Federal Constituency. My Speaker, let me anchor on Order 8 Rule 5 to move this motion of urgent public importance It is on the need to curtail on the incessant and unlawful arrest and detention of journalists by law enforcement agencies. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, I so move.
Any seconder to the first leg of the motion? My former boss has not spoken for quite some time. I used to be his secretary on welfare. He is our caucus leader. I'm sure he'll be more than willing to second this motion. I don't need to mention his name. He knows himself. Please, can you rise and second?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Henny Tondelapo Badru. I represent Lagos Island 1 Federal Constituency. I wish to second leg of the motion as prayed. I hereby second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. The second leg of the motion. Any seconder to the second leg is my good friend from Kogi.
Right, Honorable Speaker, respected colleagues. My name is Honorable David Idris Zakaria. I represent the good people of Ida Federal Constituency, the center of Igala Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I rise to second the second leg of the motion moved by my colleagues. I so second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. Please, Honorable, proceed and move your debate. Move your motion, sorry.
Thank you very much, my dear Speaker. The motion is on the need to curtail the incessant and unlawful arrest and detention of journalists by law enforcement agencies. The House notes that freedom of press is a fundamental right enshrined in Section 39, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which guarantees journalists an ability to report news without fear of arrest or persecution. Aware that freedom of press is sine qua non of democracy, it serves as essential ingredient of holding government accountable and ensuring transparency. Moreover, journalism practice is regarded as the food estate of the realm. Further notes that there have been a troubling increase in the number of journalists being unlawfully arrested, detained, and harassed by carrying out their professional duties relying on the offense of cyber stalking within the Cyber Crimes Act 2015. Observe that in recent times, between 2015 and 2024, there has been incessant unwarranted arrest, unlawful detention, and several other forms of harassment and intimidation meted on at least 25 journalists in the course of their duty, which is threatening the very fundamental pillar of democracy and culminating into a breach of their constitutionally guaranteed right of free speech. Acknowledges that earlier this year, 2024, that the President signed the amended act with a substantial adjustment on Section 24, which listed what constitutes cyber stalking and provided the punishment for such. The law enforcement agents neglect this aspect and continue their clampdown on free speech. Regrettably, at least 10 journalists have been arrested in the past 1 year and 15 of them in the past regime. Concerned that apart from this arrest of journalists and its consequences, it may lead to a worsening climate for investigative and independent journalism in the country's media space. And this Fourth Republic democracy will be impugned by our admirers due to the excesses of those perpetrating this act of arbitrary absolutism. worried that the arrest in March 2024 of Mr. Ojukwu in particular was most disturbing, as his commando-style arrest came barely 43 hours after this year's World Press Day. Actions like this has led to internationally opinion rating Nigeria as one of West Africa's most dangerous places to practice by Reporter Without Borders. The House accordingly resolved, urged this Honorable House to send a strong warning to perpetrators of this unwholesomeness act and make it abundantly clear that protecting the rights of journalists is not only important for upholding democracy, but also for safeguarding the principles of free speech and human rights. Urge the Nigerian police and law enforcement agencies to cautiously and democratically rely on Section 24 of Cyber Crimes Act 2015 as amended, and not charge anyone, including journalists, to court if they have violated any law of the land instead of depriving them of their constitutional right. Also urge this House to pass laws and to strengthen press freedom protection, as well as conduct inquiries into recent cases of journalist detention and engage in diplomatic efforts to pressure government to respect press freedom. And lastly, mandate the Committee on National Security for compliance. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I so move.
Any seconder? Honorable Siaka.
Our own quintessential speaker with substantial values, distinguished honorable colleagues, I'm Right Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Ayokunle Siaka. I speak for the entire Nigerians, but I have a root, that's for Iwekoro Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from the fastest growing economic state in Nigeria. Proudly, I'm from Ogun State, yes. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to second the motion that has just been moved.
Nay. That is it. The second leg. Yes, Honorable Zanna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Zanna Usman, representing the good people of Kaga, Gubioma, Gomeri Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, I'm from Borno State. I rise to second the second leg of the motion as moved by my very good friend, Mr. David. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. Is it the first leg we took or the second? The second. Please, can you proceed and move your motion?
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I still remain Ogel David Agada, member representing Oju of Bifera constituency. I'm from Benue State, the food basket of the nation. I rise this morning to move a motion on matter of urgent public importance, on urgent need to intensify security in the affected local government areas due to land dispute. The House note that Ijegu, Opiriku, and Ichori community of Obi local government area and Apa, Egede, and other communities of Otukpo local government area, all of Benue State towards the end of 2023 engaged in communal clash as a result of land dispute, which has resulted in the loss of lives and properties worth of millions of naira. Also note that sometime in May 2024, the following community, Ubajo, Obatwe, and Omanjobo community of Konshisha local government area, engage as well the following communities, Okpene, Ogileo, and Imankodi community of Oju local government areas of Benue State, that lead to the loss of life as a result of land dispute. The crisis have displaced most vulnerable and innocent people who were killed and houses razed down in these communities. Further note that on the 5th of July 2024, Bonta community of Konshesha local government engaged Upute community of Oju local government area of Benue State again on same land dispute, particularly with disagreement to boundary demarcation that led to the loss of innocent lives and properties. Yesterday, being the 10th of July 2024, another person from Upute in Oju local government was killed by Bonta militia while working in his farm. And this morning also, attack was also made on Upute. Recall that some time ago in a similar dispute between the Bonta and Upute community, about 12 soldiers were killed by the Bonta militia, hence the need for establishment of Army Forward Operation Base in the affected area. Concerned that all these crises have caused untold hardship on the innocent lives who are passing through lots without shelter and food for sustenance and may eventually start dying of exposure to unfavorable weather and starvation. Worry that all these crises bordered on land dispute, which has to do with boundary demarcation, and that if the relevant authority concerning boundary demarcation do not take frantic efforts and have these dispute areas boundary demarcated in line with the existing order, recurrence clashes between these communities will continue unabated and lead to further loss of lives and properties. The House resolved that we observe a minute silence for those who have lost their lives. Urge the National Emergency Management, NEMA, to assist in providing people with relief materials to cushion the effect of the crisis. Mandate the Committee on Police, Army, National Security to ensure beefing of security in the local government area, especially the affected community, and a military forward operation base should be established between the two communities of Oju and Konshesha local government area, and also a joint task force security should be deployed to fetch out these perpetrators of this evil act. Mandate the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs and other relevant government agencies to immediately demarcate the boundaries of the affected areas in line with the necessary government policies and documents already in existence. And also mandate the Committee on Legislative Compliance to ensure total compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I so moved.
Any seconder? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Shehu Saleh Rijau, representing Magama Rijau, Federal Constituency of Niger State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleagues. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committees on Intergovernmental Affairs and Police Affairs for further legislative action. Please shall we rise for a minute silence. May the soul of the departed rest in peace. Honorable colleagues, the next motion is coming from Honorable Sani Adamu Wakili. If Honorable Sani is around, please can you rise and move your motion. Honorable Sani Wakili.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the privilege. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Honorable Sani Adamu Wakili, I represent the good people of Minjibur Ungogo Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I come under matters of urgent public importance to Order 8, Rule 5 of House Standing Orders to move a motion on the devastating wisdom that occurred in Minjibur local government area of my constituency in Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Any seconder to the first leg? Yes, Honorable, for the purpose of seeing you looking alert, I recognize you to second. But please stand at ease first for examination of the members.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I am Honorable Ishaya David Lalu, member representing Mangu Bokos Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Plateau State, the home of peace and tourism. I rise to second the motion heavily moved by my colleague, and I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg. One of our best brains is looking so radiant, and I'm sure she's looking forward to seconding the second leg of this motion. Prof, I'm yielding the floor to you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker.
That's a big foul, though. Professor Paul, it is not you. You'll be surprised if I say you are looking radiant. You will begin to say whether LGBT has come to this chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Professor Lillian Orobu. I represent the good people of Awka North and South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Anambra State. And I stand this afternoon to second the second leg of this motion. I so second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I still remain Sana Adamu Akili. I represent the good people of Ungogo, Minjibur Federal Constituency. I'm from Kano State. The House note addressed the devastating wisdom that revenge Ungwar Abuja, Galwanga, Ungwar Gabas, Sabuwar Abuja, Abdakaya, Yanzaki, Masalacin Idi, Dingim, America, Sakau, Works, Tashar Belu, Kuka Ungwa Uku, Ungwar Yamma, Ungwar Gabas communities in Minjibur local government area of Kano State. Also note that the natural disaster that occurred on Tuesday, 29 May 2024, accompanied by a heavy rain, has left a trail of destruction in the communities, resulting loss of lives of one individual and injury to several others. Concerned that the region storm caused severe damage to buildings including residential houses, schools, shops, worship centers, and destroy electricity poles, prompting a blackout in the communities. Worried that the gusting wind, which is destroy farmland and uprooted several economic trees, has pulled off rooftops, reduced several houses to rubble and destroy electric poles, has rendered several residents homeless, affected businesses and farmlands, thereby aggravating the already challenging conditions faced by the communities. The House resolves: observe a 1-minute silence in honor of the deceased.
2. Urge the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Poverty Alleviation, and the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, to provide relief materials and immediate assistance to the communities and the individuals affected. 3. Mandate the Committee on Emergency and Disaster Management, Preparedness, Poverty Alleviation, and legislative compliance to ensure compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, I so move.
Any seconder? Yes, Honorable.
Can I give you? Please help me with that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues. I remain Honorable Moses Oluwatoyin Fayinka. I represent the most peaceful constituency in Nigeria. I represent Musitu Federal Constituency. I'm from Lagos State. I stand today to second the motion as ably moved by my colleague. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Emergency and Disaster Management, Preparedness, and Poverty Alleviation for further legislative action. Please shall we rise for a minute silence. May their soul rest in peace. On the list is a motion coming from Honorable Chris Ukonta. If Honorable Ukonta is around, please can you rise and move your motion?
That is my friend.
Honorable Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Chris Nkwonta, and I represent the good people of Okwa East and West Federal Constituency, the treasure base of Abia State. Mr. Speaker, this is a motion of urgent public importance, and I want to rely on our standing rule, Order 8 through 5, to enable me to take this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to the first leg? You must wear a red cap to be recognized, though. I think you are eminently qualified. Please go ahead.
You see why it's good to borrow?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Jimmy, your own is not totally red. That is the one that is having a full red. And that red signifies something, unless if you are jumping to the other side. You are here, not there. Please go ahead, my brother.
Right, Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Dr. Gali Mustafa Tijani, representing Alabasu Gaya Jingi Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Jimmy, can you second the second leg?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ian Zazao, the Agbakin of Ekitiland. Honorable colleagues, I remain Baba Jimmy Benson.
I've not done justice to me. I just got one from Nasarawa 2 weeks ago.
Which was
You
that?
should have at least asked from Honorable Gaza to inform you so that you can add it. But you are forgiven this time around.
The freshest chief from Nasarawa. I stand to second the motion ably moved by my good colleague. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. Honorable Chris, please proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This matter of urgent public importance has to do with the brutal killing and subsequent disregard for constituted authority by a Chinese company, Mrs. Inner Galaxy Steel Company Limited, located at Umuala, Asa, in Ukwa West local government area of Fayaba State. Right Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues, you may know that on 20th of May 2024, Ms. Oche Zebona, a crane operator with Inner Galaxy Steel Company Limited, was allegedly killed by a Chinese employee at the workplace. This incident is currently under investigation by the Nigerian Police Force and the House Committee on Public Petition. The House further notes that the tragic incident resulted in a temporary breakdown of law and order, with security personnel attached to the company firing sporadically at members of the community who rushed to intervene following the gruesome murder. Unfortunately, 2 persons lost their lives from the fracas that ensued. The House is aware that the entire facility was sealed by the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. That the factory was sealed by the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, Occupational Safety and Health Department in compliance with the provisions of the Factories Act, Cap F1, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, LFN 2004, and other extant labor laws, pending the outcome of the investigation, as the premises had become a crime scene. Business operations at the company were halted to prevent interference with the police investigation, which is aimed at uncovering the circumstances leading to Ms. Oche Zobona's death. The House is worried that the Chinese company, in blatant disregard for government authority, has proceeded to unseal the premises and continued business operations as if nothing had happened. This action shows a lack of respect for the gravity of the offense and ignores the fact that the premises were sealed for the purpose of investigation. The House is worried that if urgent action is not taken, it may lead to an imminent breakdown of law and order. Members of the community may assume that the government is complicit in the matter, as they are eager for justice to be served. The House resolves to urge the Inspector General of Police to urgently take action to uncover the circumstances behind the unsealing of the premises and the death of Ms. Ocheze Ogbonna. The House directs that the House Committee on Legislative Compliance to ensure adherence to this matter and report to the House within 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my honorable colleagues.
Any seconder? I will recognize our leader, who has been very attentive to this very important motion. Our leader, Honorable Adodogwa, can you please kindly second? If it were any ordinary member, I would have said, please give us the subject matter, by your excuse from doing that.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Speaker of the House of the Nigerian people, the Ian Zazo, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge with due respect that your new title in Nasarawa State. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I remain Honorable Ado Dogwa, Mr. Speaker, I am representing the good people of Dogwa, Chudunwada Federal Constituency. I am from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I rise by your directives to second the motion ably moved by my very good brother, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I so second.
I thought you were doing it out of choice, but thank you. So we put the question. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Police Affairs for further legislative action. Honorable colleagues, I'm pleased to announce the composition and membership of the ad hoc committee to investigate the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, and FCT Pilgrims Welfare Board, their agents and sub-agents of shoddy arrangement, alleged shoddy arrangements and treatment of Nigerian pilgrims in the 2024 Hajj exercise. It's my pleasure to announce that Honorable Sada Soli will chair this ad hoc committee. Other members are Honorable Yusuf Umar Yabo, Honorable Onanuga Stanley Adedeji, Honorable Mary Ebikake, Honorable Dallade Aguye, Honorable Ahmed Jaha, Honorable Igariwe Eno, Chairman of the Muslim Pilgrims Board, Deputy Chairman, Muslim Pilgrims Board. 9 people will be in this ad hoc committee. You have 2 weeks within which to report back to the House of your findings. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, the first business of the day is presentation of 22 bills. And I invite the clerk to read their short titles.
Right, Honorables. Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. Code of Conduct Bureau and Tribunal Act Amendment Bill 2024, first reading. National Food, Road and Rural Infrastructure Development Commission Establishment Bill 2024, first reading. National Institute for Technical and Vocational Education, AUCA, Anambra State Establishment Bill 2024, first reading. Institute of Information and Communication Technology, IWO, Osun State Establishment Bill 2024, first reading. Regulation of Casual Labor in Nigeria Bill 2024, first reading. Dishonored Checks Offences Act Amendment Bill 2024, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2024, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2024, first reading. River Basin Development Authorities Act Amendment Bill 2024, first reading. Petroleum Training Institute Act Amendment Bill 2024, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2024, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2024, first reading. Merchant Shipping Act Amendment Bill 2024, first reading. Coastal and Inland Shipping Cabotage Act Amendment Bill 2024, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Sixth Alteration Bill 2024, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Sixth Alteration Bill 2024, first reading. Institute of Chartered Trustees of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2024, first reading. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Sixth Alteration Bill 2024, first reading. Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency Bill 2024, first reading. Federal College of Education Act Amendment Bill 2024, first reading. Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Amendment Bill 2024, first reading. Nigerian Army College of Education, Ilorin, Establishment Bill 2024, first reading.
Honorable colleagues, the second business of the day is presentation and adoption of report of the Conference Committee on a bill for an act to prescribe the salaries, allowances, and fringe benefits of judicial office holders in Nigeria and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Oluwole Oke, Honorable Oke is hereby invited to present the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Fellow colleagues, I am Oluwole Oke, Ijesha North, Osun State. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I move that the House do receive and adopt the report of the Conference Committee on a bill for an act to prescribe the salaries, allowances, and fringe benefits of judicial officers, judicial office holders in Nigeria, and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, Kwamoti Bitrus Lowry, I speak for the people of Jamsanum and Lamude Federal Constituency. I second the motion as moved by Honorable Wole Oke. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. Honorable Oke, please kindly proceed and lay your report. The third business of the day is presentation of several reports of the Conference Committee on Health Institution, standing in the name of Honorable Amos Gomna Magaji. Honorable Magaji is hereby invited to present the reports. Honorable Amos, is he around?
Not on the floor at the moment, Mr.
His deputy is around? Are you ready? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, my name is Dr. Adeshola S. Adidayo. I represent the good people of Apapa. I am from the Center of Excellence, the state of aquatic splendor, the sixth largest economy in Africa, the cosmopolitan and liberal state. My revered Speaker and my colleagues, with your kind permission, I ask that the House do receive and adopt the report of the Conference Committee on the following matters. That the House will receive receive the report of the Committee on Health Institution on a bill to act for an act to amend the Federal Medical Center Act and establish Federal Medical Center at Akonike in Enugu State and for related matters, House Bill 490. The second one is that we also receive the report and adopt it of the Committee on Health Institutions on a bill for an act to amend the Federal Medical Centers Act to provide for the establishment of Federal Medical Centers, Kafanchan, in Kaduna State and for related matter, House Bill 507. The third one is also that the House do receive the report of the Committee on Health Institutions on a bill for an act to amend the Federal Medical Centers Act and establish Federal Medical Center Oshogbo in Osun State and for related matters, House Bill 478. The fourth is that the House do receive the report of the Committee on Health Institutions on a bill for an act to amend the Federal Medical Centers Act to provide for establishment of Federal Medical Center, Sisinbaki, Wamba, Nasarawa State, and for related matters, House Bill 709. The fifth one is that the House do receive the report of the Committee on Health Institutions on a bill for an act to amend the Federal Medical Centers Act and establish the Federal Medical Center, Ugwaji Akwanan, Enugu State, and for related matters, House Bill 489. And the last but not the least is that the House do receive the report of the Committee on Health Institutions on a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of Federal College of Health Sciences, Gaya, Kano State, and for related matters, House Bill 31.
I so move, my speaker and honored colleagues. Thank you.
Any seconder? Yes, Honorable, is it Manusoro? Okay. Suleja, please go ahead.
Our most respected Speaker, honorable colleagues, Adamu Tanko is my name, and I'm speaking for the people of Suleja, Gurara and Tafa Federal Constituency. I'm from Niger State. I rise to second the motion as ably moved by our honorable colleague, the Deputy Chairman of Health Institutions. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Chair, please proceed and lay your report. Honorable colleagues, the first order of the day is the third reading of a bill for an act to repeal the Federal College of Dental Technology and Therapy Act number 8, 2017, and enact the Federal University of Dental Technology and Therapy Enugu Act 2024 to make comprehensive provisions for management and administration of the university and for related matters, standing in the name of the House Leader. Again, we have another third reading, so I'm going to read all the third readings so that the House Leader can take them all at once. Second one is for a bill. It's a bill for an act to establish Nigeria French Language Village as an inter-university center for French studies and for related matters, also standing in the name of the House Leader. The third one is a bill for an act to establish National Rice Production Processing and Research Institute, Ibemo, Ekiti State, and for related matters, also standing in the name of the House Leader. The last but not the least is a third reading of a bill for an act to provide for establishment of the Federal University of Technology and Environmental Sciences in Ekiti State, and for related matters, also standing in the name of the House Leader. Honorable members will recall that these bills were adopted the report of the Committee of the Whole on different dates. Therefore, call on the Leader of the House to move that the bill be read the third time. Leader, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished honorable colleagues. Abdullah Ibrahim Ali Halims is my name. I am from Kogi State. I represent the wonderful people of Ankpa Malala Federal Constituency. I rise to move for the third reading of the following bills. 1. A bill for an act to repeal the Federal College of Dental Technology and Therapy Act number 8, 2017, and enact the Federal University of Dental Technology and Therapy Enugu Act 2024 to make comprehensive provisions for management and administration of the university and for related matters, HB 249. Number 2, a bill for an act to establish Nigerian French Language Village as an inter-university center for French studies and for related matters, HB 136. Number 3, a bill for an act to establish National Rice Production, Processing and Research Institute, Igbemo, Ekiti State, and for related matters, HB 584. And finally, number 4, a bill for an act to provide for establishment of Federal University of Technology and Environmental Sciences, AE in Ekiti State, and for related matters, SB 174. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader, please, can you second?
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion for the third reading of the bills HB 249, HB 136, HB 584, and SB 174. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. A bill for an act to repeal the Federal College of Dental Technology and Therapy Act No. 8, 2017 and enact the Federal University of Dental Technology and Therapy Enugu Act 2024 to make comprehensive provisions for management and administration of the university and for related matters. Third reading. A bill for an act to establish Nigeria French Language Village as an inter-university center for French studies and for related matters. Third reading. A bill for an act to establish National Rice Production, Processing and Research Institute, Igbemo Ikiti, Ekiti State, and for related matters. Third reading. A bill for an act to provide for establishment of Federal University of Technology and Environmental Sciences in Ekiti, Ekiti State, and for related matters. Third reading.
The four bills read for the third time are passed. The fifth order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to repeal the National Identity Management Commission Act 2007 and to provide for the establishment of a national identity database and the National Identity Management Commission and for related matters, standing in the name of the House Leader. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 19th March 2024. I now invite the Leader to move that the bill be read the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Abdullah Ibrahim Ali is my name. From Kogi State, I rise to move at a bill for an act to repeal the National Identity Management Commission Act 2007 and to provide for the establishment of a national identity database and the National Identity Management Commission and for related matters HB 1281 be read second time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, can you second, please?
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion for second reading of the bill as moved by the House Deputy Leader. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, can you lead the debate, please?
Distinguished honorable colleague, as you can see, this bill is intended to fashion and rearrange the commission to enable it to be more effective and very sincere in its terms of operation. And once this is done, it will go a long way in data management and be more superior in terms of management according to as the bill is intended to deal with. I so move with these reasons that the House do support that the bill be read second time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So I'll go ahead and put the question. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk.
The Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to repeal the National Identity Management Commission Act 2007 and to provide for the establishment of a national identity database and the National Identity Management Commission and for related matters, second reading.
Bill referred to the Committee on Population for further legislative action. The sixth order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to establish National Youth Welfare Scheme Fund to manage and coordinate Youth Welfare Service to reduce challenges in governance and security in the country, and for related matters. Standing on the names of Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, Honorable Abubakar Maiki Yeleman. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Wednesday, 5th July 2023. I now invite Honorable Yeleman to move that the bill be read second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, I'm Abubakar Maki Eleman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Malamuduru Kaugama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a bill for an act to establish National Youth Welfare Scheme Fund to manage and coordinate youth welfare service to reduce challenges in governance and security in the country, and for the related matters, HB 04. I so move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? As Chair, National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Danyan Zazzau, Pata of Nasarawa, Abba Akin of Ekiti. Ian Zazzau, not Danya. Ian Zazzau.
God bless you, since you have been able to at least announce 3 titles, even if one is incorrect. You have tried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the protection. I remain Engineer Satomi Ahmad, representing Nigeria, starting from Jere Federal Constituency of Borno State. I rise to second the bill to be read for second time by Honorable Maki Eleman. I so second, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Maki, please can you proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. Before us this afternoon is a bill for an act to establish the National Youth Welfare Scheme Fund to manage and coordinate youth welfare service to reduce challenges in governance and security in the country and other related matters. The general intendment of this bill is to cater for the welfare of the unemployed youth to reduce the challenges of governance and insecurity issues in our country. My honorable colleagues, we must have behind us our mind that the youth are ever vibrant, always negative qualities, adventurous, sociable, risk takers, and industrials. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues, when this with this state of affairs where there is no mitigation or positive engagement of the excess street and energy of youth men and women, are critics and condemnable work as a result, abuse of this potential in idle thoughts, the observative action to culminate into our youth. Mr. Speaker, without suggesting the situation, our streets are today littered with unengaged youth who are easily and negatively influenced by all manner of people. For our female streets, many of them are on the street hacking different items to survive. Mr. Speaker, many of our male youth are being initiated into cultism and different types of terrorism groups, leading to street violence, bomb blast, insecurity, and kidnapping in our society. The governance becomes difficult when a large number of our youth is retrieved and insecurity will be on the risk. Therefore, any responsible government must put in place policies that will arrest the menace of unemployment and out-of-school problem in Nigeria. On our part, as legislators and representatives of people, our own duty is this regard is to take a legislative action that will ensure that the well-being of our youth is taken seriously, and that is the grievance of this all bill we are talking about. Particularly part 4 of this bill, Section 7, subsection 1, paragraph C, and provide that The fund shall be responsible for working out the possible requirement detail that will enhance the welfare of our youth and working and modernize needed to identify the youth held will benefit from the fund. I believe this bill, when passed, will help the enhancing the welfare of unemployed youth and by extension pave way for a better society. I urge you all to support and pass this bill for the second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my honorable colleagues.
Thank you, honorable colleague. So we just go ahead and put the question. Any seconder? Is it Martins? Sorry. My dear honorable, please, can you second?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Dr. Wale Ahmed. I represent Agege Federal Constituency. I'm from Lagos State. It makes me happy to second this very important bill, the motion to read it the second time. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk.
The Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to establish National Youth Welfare Scheme Fund to manage and coordinate youth welfare service, to reduce challenges in governance and security in the country and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to the Committee on Youth Development for further legislative action. The seventh order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to provide the establishment of the Federal University of Technology, Badagry, Lagos State, and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Faleke James Abiodun, honorable members who recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 11 June 2024. I now invite Honorable Faleke to move that the bill be read the second time. A warning to you, Honorable Faleke, please properly introduce yourself. When I say properly, you know what I mean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Right Honorable Dr. James Abiodun Faleke. I represent Ikeja Federal Constituency. I am from Lagos State. Mr. Speaker, by the leave of my constituents and the leaders of my constituency, I am also a double chief title holder in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I rise to move that a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Federal University of Technology, Badagry, Lagos State, and for related matters, HB 1500, be read the second time. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I so move.
Anyone from rural Lagos to second an urban bill?
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I remain Baba Jimmy Benson. I hereby stand to second the bill for the establishment of the Federal University of Technology, Ikorodu, Lagos State. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
You better change it, though. And Ikorodu does not have, for now. Let's finish with the urban.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I reversed myself. I thought I was seeing Ikorodu, but it's actually Badagry, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Faleke, please can you lead?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I seek your valued support to allow this bill to be read the second time. It is true that Nigeria has quite a number of universities, but given Nigeria's population and the quest for education, you will realize that the need for more technical universities is most appropriate in the circumstances. It is also true that Lagos as a state has one federal university and 3 other state universities. But again, the number and the ample desire to attain greatness leaves us with no option but to request for establishment of another University of Technology, this time to be sited in Badagry in Lagos, the border town within Benin Republic. The Honorable Speaker, honorable members, you may wish to note that from 2014, the number of applicants that applied to study at the universities from Lagos State was 340,222, out of which only 68,695 of them were admitted. This represents only 20%, and in 2015, 35% of the applicants were also admitted. 2016, only 34% of the applicants were admitted, while in 2017, 29% of the applicants were also admitted. And then in 2018, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, 31% were admitted. 2019 also, we had 32%, 2020, 29%, 2021, 32%, and 2022, 33%. Despite that the number has been rising consistently, and by 2023, only 33% of the applicants were again admitted. This is less than 50% of those who, of course, applied to be university students. This increase in the number of students has been confirmed to stretch the universities as the facilities were not built to cater for such large number of students. And the applicants that are far from the university community are shortchanged. The question is, why a technology-based university? This is very simple. Today, there is a growing demand for technology in the world, and Nigeria cannot afford to be left out. Hence, the request for a technological-based university. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, as I said earlier, because of our growing population, the universities in Lagos no longer absorb the number of applicants, and this has forced Nigerians to go to neighboring countries in search of university education, and unfortunately end up being admitted on unapproved schools. Right, Honorable Speaker, members, with reasons mentioned above, please kindly support this bill to be read the second time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Nalaraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my highly respected colleagues. Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba. I represent the good people of Awedo Makiana Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker. I am from Nasarawa State. I rise to second the motion on bill to establish Federal College of Technology, Badagry, ably moved by my leader, the South-West Caucus leader, Honorable Faleki. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. Clerk.
The Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Federal University of Technology, Badagry, Lagos State, and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to the Committee on Tertiary Education for further legislative action. The eighth order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to amend Federal Medical Centers Act and establish Federal Medical Center AFAM, River State, and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Felix Uche Nwaike. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Wednesday, 8 May 2024. I will now invite Honorable Nwaike to move that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Nwaike, please go ahead.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, my name is Nwaike Felix Uche. I represent Eleme Tai, Oyibo Federal Constituency. I'm from River State. Mr. Speaker, a bill for an act to amend Federal Medical Center Act and establish Federal Medical Center AFAM, River State, for related matters, HB 1191
I hereby move that the bill be read the second time.
Any seconder to this bill? Yes, Honorable, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable Bukari Gana Kareto, member representing Abadam, Guzamala, Kukawa, and Mobile Federal Constituency. I am from Borno State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion heavily moved by Honorable Felix that bill be read for second time.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Wike, please lead the debate. But be brief, please.
Yes, sir. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, my name is Wike Felix. I'm from Rivers State. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that as big and large as Rivers State, as prosperous as Rivers State, we have only one federal medical institution, which is the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital. There is no other one. And I come from Southeast Senatorial District, a senatorial district that houses the two refineries, petrochemical, only oil and gas free zone. There is no known federal institution, no tertiary institution. Therefore, it becomes very important, given the population in this federal constituency. Afam is at the center of Tai and Eleme. Mr. Speaker, I beg my colleagues to allow this bill go through the second reading. It is important that we allow it. It will help improve healthcare access, quality healthcare services, employment opportunities, health education. It will also promote emergency response and distress management. Having a medical center in this area of the state can enhance emergency response capabilities and disaster management strategies, ensuring that residents receive timely and effective medical assistance during emergency. It will also reduce the number of deaths in transit because everybody moves to Port Harcourt for referrals and for treatment. My dear colleagues, it is my candid opinion, my candid opinion that you support that this bill be read a second time. Thank you. I so move.
Honorable Martins, would you want to second?
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Martins Essen. I represent the people of Oron, Mbu, Okobo, Udunko, Refon Orugu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Akwa Ibom State. I rise to support the bill as moved by my brother, Honorable Felix Nweke. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk.
The Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, a bill for an act to amend Federal Medical Centers Act and establish Federal Medical Center AFAM, Rivers State, and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to the Committee on Health Institutions for further legislative action. The ninth order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to amend the Industrial Training Fund ITF Act 2011 to clarify ambiguities in the interpretation of keywords in the Principal Act, define important terms, provide clarity and precision, and enhance the fund's sources of revenue and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Dolapo Enitam Badru and 5 others. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 11 June 2024. I now invite Honorable Badru to move that the bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
My name is still Dr. Eni Tondolapo Badru. I want to move that the bill to amend the Industrial Training Fund Act 2011 to clarify ambiguities in the interpretation of key words in the Principal Act, define important terms, provide clarity and precision, and enhance the first source of revenue and related matters. Be read the second time. Thank you.
Abuja, can you second?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I'm Ejaha Babao, Chibok Dambuo, Goza Federal Constituency. I rise to second a motion ably moved by Lagos State Caucus Leader, Right Honorable Dalapo Badru, and at the same time, Chairman, House Committee on Industry. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. There is have it. Clerk. Sorry, my dear Honorable, please lead the debate, but be brief, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought there was an automatic there, but I'll be very brief on it because just some key proposed amendments. We all know that the Industrial Trading Fund Act is by bringing artisans and training them. There are a lot of artisans out there, more than 30 million of them. None of them is on the tax net in the first place. And none of them is certified. The regular freedom after training from their bosses is the certificate of freedom they carry about, which holds no water. So what is the amendment is all about is to make all training providers and assessment centers obtain a license, and they shall be accredited in accordance with the Section 2 of the Principal Act. That all artisans, technicians, craftsmen are now to be regulated, which gives them the opportunity to make more money. We all know in other climes that it is artisans and craftsmen that make most money, other than even those that are engineers, because they are easily available to be called, they are easily available to be assessed, so that the Industrial Training Fund can issue them certificates that they are eligible. Right now, you just call an electrician, enters your house, blows up your entire lights in the house, because they are not certified and they are not accredited. But the amendment of this act now makes it mandatory for all artisans to be tested and certified, so that they can make more money to themselves being certified. Not everybody has the opportunity to go to tertiary institutions. But right now, they have the ability and the opportunity to be certified, and they can make more money with their certificates. So in a nutshell, about 20 people, after being regulated, can even come into the tax net to make more money for the federal government and the inland revenue also. So this is, in a nutshell, the meaning for the amendment. So said, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Badru. It will please this House to know that I used to be his welfare representative. So I urge the House to look at this very important bill and give it the necessary support. So any seconder to this bill? Any? Cannot see. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Mudashiro Lukman, representing the good people of Iwo Ayedire Olaoluwa Federal Constituency. I rise this afternoon to second the bill able by my colleagues. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. Clerk.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. A bill for an act to amend the Industrial Training Fund, ITF Act 2011, to clarify ambiguities in the interpretation of keywords in the Principal Act, define important terms, provide clarity and precision, and enhance the fund's sources of revenue and for related matters. Second reading.
This bill is referred to the Committee on Industry for further legislative action. The 10th order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principles of the bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Cap A12 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 to provide for establishment of Federal College of Agriculture and Forestry, FICA, Yobe State, and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Mohammed Buba Jajiri. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Wednesday, 28 November 2023. And I invite Honorable Jajiri to move that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Jajiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Engineer Mohammed Buba Jajiri. I represent the people of Fika Fune Federal Constituency from Yobe State. I rise to move a motion to lead a debate on a bill to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Cap 12 LFN 2004 to provide for the establishment of a Federal College of Agriculture and Forestry in Fika, Yobe State. I so move.
Any seconder? Yes, right, Honorable Chair, Food and Nutrition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Chike John Okafor, PhD. I represent the good people of Ehimembano, Ihitu Boma, Obo Federal Constituency. I'm from Imo State. I rise to second the motion by Honorable Mohammed Buba Jajere that this bill should be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. Honorable Jajere, if you permit me, because it's an infrastructure-related bill, and I'm sure members of this great house are more than willing to support, will just go ahead and put the question, unless if you insist you want to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any objection to that, Mr. Speaker, but I just want to put in one or two things to honorable colleagues.
Please go ahead.
To see to the fact that this bill went past and the College of Agriculture and Forestry in Fika is established, it will go a long way, in no small measure, to encourage our youths, the population of the youths to embrace agriculture. And it will also discourage rural-urban migration, as well as create employment opportunities for our teeming youths. In view of the above, honorable colleagues, I urge you to support this bill and seek your indulgence that this bill be read a second time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues.
Colleagues,
I go ahead and put the question. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to. Sorry, clerk.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. A bill for an act to amend the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria Act Cap A12 laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 to provide for establishment of Federal College of Agriculture and Forestry, FICA, Yobe State, and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to the Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions for further legislative actions. The 11th order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to amend the Federal Medical Centers Act 2023 to establish Federal Medical Center IPE, Lagos, and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Tasir Olewale Raji, honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 11 June 2024. I now invite Honorable Raji to move that the bill be read for a second time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Wale Raji. I represent the good people of a peripheral constituency of Lagos State. I rise to move that a bill for an act to amend the Federal Medical Center Act 2023 to establish Federal Medical Center Ekpe, Lagos State, and for related matters be read the second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Ambaruna.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I am Honorable Bello Isa Ambarura, representing Ilela Godaba Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Sokoto State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by my neighbor that this bill should be read for the second time for the establishment of this institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Raji, do you exercise the option of remaining silent? I do the work for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege which I cannot refuse. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So we'll go ahead and put the question. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. A bill for an act to amend the Federal Medical Centers, a bill for an act to amend the Federal Medical Centers Act 2023 to establish Federal Medical Center Ekpe, Lagos State, and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to the Committee on Health Institutions for further legislative action. The 12th order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to provide for the creation of Etiti State out of Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo States, and for related matters, standing in the name of Honorable Amobi Godwin Oga. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 2nd July 2024. And I invite Honorable Oga to move that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Amobi, is he around?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues, my name remains Honorable Amobi Godwin Oga. I represent Nigeria through the most marginalized political region in this country, Southeast. Mr. Speaker, I move that an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to provide for the creation of a TT state out of Abia State, Anambra State, Ebonyi State, Enugu State, and Imo State, and for other related matters, I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honorable, His Excellency, the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Speaker of the 10th Assembly. Honorable colleagues, my name is Benjamin Okezie Kalo. I represent the good people of Nigeria, starting from Bende Federal Constituency. Excellency, I'm from Abia State. Excellency, I rise to second this very important bill that is presented by my brother, Honorable Amo Bioga. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Amobi, I think your bill is a very blessed one. Even without you uttering any word further, it has received the consent, I believe, by implication of the whole entire House. So just permit me to put the question.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is so important to my people. At least let them hear. Please permit me, Mr. Speaker. This bill is so important to the Southeast region.
No, go ahead if you insist. Okay, so those in support of this motion should say aye. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. God bless you. Clerk.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 provide for the creation of a TT state out of Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo states, and for related matters. Second reading.
Bill referred to the Committee on Constitutional Review for further legislative action. The 13th order of the day is the commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to establish Federal College of Nursing and Midwifery, Ibikorodo, Delta State, and for related matters. Standing in the name of Honorable Thomas Eretomi. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Tuesday, 7th May 2024. And I invite Honorable Eretomi to move that the bill be now read the second time. Honorable Thomas, is he around? Bill stepped down by the leave of the House. The 14th order of the day is a motion on the need to abrogate the federal government policy on compulsory retirement of public servants who have attained 8 years as directors in ministries, departments, and agencies, standing in the name of Honorable Julius Ihovere and 2 other honorable members. Honorable Bio, on behalf of the 3 members, is hereby invited to move the motion. Honorable Bio. Not around? Sorry for the mix-up. Leader of the minority, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My dear colleagues, for want of time, I will quickly adopt the motion as it appears on the order paper. But before I do that, let me make some few corrections, some typo errors. Paragraph 1, line 4. The last letter should be 60, not 65. And then paragraph 1, line 5 should be 35 years, not 40 years. The same also applies to the last line of the second paragraph, which has 65 and 40, should be 60 and 35. Aside that, my dear colleagues, this motion is on the need to abrogate the federal government policy on compulsory retirement of public servants who have attained 80 years as directors in ministries, departments, and agencies of government. I pray that this motion, as contained herein, be supported and adopted. I so move, sir.
So before I put the question, I hope honorable colleagues are taking note of the corrections. This one is not seeking for extension of the retirement age. It's just specifically talking about the appointment of directors, the tenure of directors, which for now I think stands 8 years, right? So that is the whole subject matter. Not extending the retirement age from 35 years or the retirement age of 60 years. So I can go ahead and put the question. Okay. Any seconder first? A seconder. Honorable Ali Madaki.
Mr. Speaker, my highly respected colleagues, my name is Ali Usani Madaki, and I represent the people of the Ala Federal Constituency of Kano State. I stand to second the motion as ably moved by the minority leader, Kingsley Chinda. I do second, sir.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to committees on public service matters.
Amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I've already hit the gavel. You should have raised your hands before.
I debated, Mr. Speaker.
So what do we do?
Mr. Speaker, there are some fundamental things in this motion, Mr. Speaker, that the House needs to...
Well, with the kind permission of the House, even though our rules have indicated expressly that once the gavel is down, there is no further debate on that subject matter. But with your kind permission, I want to yield the floor to him. Not that it will change anything, but at least for record to hear what he's going to say. Please go ahead, sir.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Sada Soli Jibia, representing Jibia Kaita Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, if this House ask the executive to abrogate this policy, I think there is something that we will miss in the course of rule of law. That is the principles of fair hearing. It is crucial, if we want to uphold the rule of law, to hear why did the executive return this policy. I could remember during late Umar Musa Yar'Adua, there was this policy. When Buhari came 2015 to 2016, they suspended it, but later on they returned it, and then this government found it expedient to return this policy. So it is very important if we hear them rather than urging them to suspend this policy without hearing them. It is important if this House would take a position from the strength of knowledge. Let this House be informed why this decision, why did they even revise the public service rules in accordance with the reference to section 802 something. That's the content of the rule. So it's important if we ask the executive, first, let's hear them. Why that policy? But the main factor, Mr. Speaker, which the head of service said at that time in the course of the investigation during Orasanya, he said they found that they wanted to weed out age cheating in public service. So it's important this House hear them. So my amendment is, if we can allow the Public Service Committee and Legislative Compliance.
Honorable Sada, I thought by implication, when you refer a matter to a committee, it is expected by implication that they will do the needful. Unless, of course, if we are saying that we are referring to them just to adopt without further investigation, then your point will be valid.
No, Mr. Speaker, my point is with the reference to Prayer 1. The Prayer 1 is urging the head of service of the Federation to, with immediate effect, issue a new notice or a rejoinder to the previous notice of July 23rd by withdrawing the circular on the compulsory retirement of directors open serving for 8 years and on to ensure compliance.
Okay, it's noted. Please go ahead. Go ahead with your amendment.
My amendment, Mr. Speaker,
so you have a point of order.
Perhaps after that, if it's...
But he has not even come up with his own amendment. I thought you will kindly listen to him, let him say the amendment. If it is not agreeable to you, then you can object or at least say your own part.
Very well, sir, but the issues he raised, perhaps if I reply, he might not need to even raise the amendment at all. Mr. Speaker, the crux of this motion is that the circular is against a law passed by this House. And no matter how good, no matter how well intended the circular is, once it is against an existing act of Parliament, it cannot stand. We don't need to start inviting them to come and tell us whether the circular is justified or not. That circular is against the Harmonized Retirement Age for Teachers in Nigeria Act 2022. So I don't think that there is need to invite them, and that's why we have asked that they should withdraw.
Are you sure the Teachers Act is not a special provision that has been done exclusively for the teachers?
It is.
It doesn't have general application within the
It is
civil
for the
service.
teachers. The circular covers teachers, and that is our quarrel, that since that circular affects teachers, and there is an act specially for teachers, so the circular should be withdrawn. The head of service still has opportunity to regularize that circular, either by removing teachers from it, but we cannot ask her to come.
Leader, I still believe that in such kind of situation, let us not be too quick. Let us allow, as he recommended, the bureaucracy to come and state their own reasons why the policy is like this. It doesn't take away anything.
Well, sir,
the committee, after the engagement, can decide to make recommendation as to whether we should go ahead and implement what the prayers of this motion is talking about, or at least look at it from another perspective.
Very well, sir. It's just legislative time, because we'll end up at the same point. But I submit to the position of the House, sir.
Thank you very much. So please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, sir, excuse me. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I remain Honorable Ado Dogwa, Mr. Speaker. I represent Dogwa Tujungwada Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker, while I'm appropriately guided by the position of the chair, and I also second and support the move by the Honorable Sada Soli to come up with this submission. But I would like us to put in the perspectives. We have a procedure here that we must always observe. This matter at some point has been ruled and the gavel was down on the table. So I would like to stand, if you allow me to move, that we rescind the earlier decision and allow SADA to come up with subsequent amendment to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you. I have already rescinded, even though I didn't call for, but let's do it in that way. Those in support of that rescission should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. So, Honorable Sada Soli, please go ahead and...
Mr. Speaker, my amendment is to delete Prayer 1
completely and amend prayer 2 to read, delete prayer 1, then amending prayer 2 reads this way: mandate the committees on public service matters and legislative compliance to investigate the rationale behind the revised public service rules section 8, rule 02810, subsection 4A. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Only 2 people. I need a fresher. Hey, I have seen my sister. My sister that I have not seen her for quite a while. I'm sure she has been busy with interparliamentary activities. Honorable Dr. Zainab Gimba, please can you second?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker Ian Zazo, for the opportunity to second this all very important amendment, as this motion has affected a lot of our young men and women. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support of this motion as amended should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the committees on public service matters for further legislative action. The 15th order of the day is a motion on the need to rehabilitate and adequately equip Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, Shika Zaria, and National Eye Center, Kaduna, standing in the name of Honorable Hussein Mohamed Jallo. Honorable Jallo is hereby invited to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name is Hussein Mohamed Jallo, representing Igebe Federal Constituency of Kaduna State. My motion is on the need to rehabilitate and adequately equip Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital Zaria, Shika, and National Eye Center, Kaduna. The House notes that the Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, Shika, Zaria, Kaduna, and the National Eye Center, Kaduna Institute of Ophthalmology was established to provide specialist medical attention to the sick. Trained medical personnel undertakes research for the advancement of medical knowledge. Concerned that the hospital, which caters for patients from Kaduna and neighboring states, is overstretched and lacks adequate equipment to function optimally, especially in the critical units such as the accident and emergency unit sections. Also concerned that Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital, Shika Zaria, which was widely reputed for excellence, is currently in a deplorable state and may soon become moribund as most of the equipment were obsolete and non-functional. Worried that considering the rising case of eye diseases in the country and the need to fully rehabilitate the National Eye Center Kaduna and complete phase 2 of the Eye Center as designed in the original master plan, and also the inadequacy of the specialized care for such cases in public hospitals, patients are often referred to private hospitals, which they mostly cannot afford, hence the increasing death rate. Also worried at the increasing rates of disease at Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital, Shika Zaria, due to lack of adequate doctors or hospital equipment. Further worried about the shortage of experts such as cardiovascular, physiologists, anesthetists, and heart surgeons in the Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital, Zaria and Kaduna, and full rehabilitation and equipping of National Eye Center, Motu Kaduna, Institute of Ophthalmology. Aware that the National Eye Center, Kaduna, which is reputed to be one of the best in West Africa, needs urgent attention, the House resolved urge the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Development to rehabilitate, adequately equip, and recruit qualified personnel for efficient operations at the Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital, Zaria, and complete the phase 2 of the National Eye Center, Kaduna Institute of Ophthalmology. Also, urge the federal government to prepare emergency 2024 supplementary budget estimate for the rehabilitation of Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital, Zaria, and completion of phase 2 of the National Eye Center, Kaduna 2025 budget. Mandate the committees on health institutions and specialized health care to conduct a needs assessment of the Ahmadu Bello Teaching Hospital, Shika Zaria, Kaduna, and National Eye Center, Kaduna, and report back within 4 weeks for further legislative action. I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder? Let me see friends of Kaduna State clearly. And those who are not for Kaduna State, because some parts of Kano have already identified with Kaduna, particularly those from the central already, Kano Central. Honorable Daura, I mean Jamu.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker,
For
sir.
obvious reasons, you must have to second, even if it would be by compulsion, not by choice.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my honorable colleagues, I remain Aminu Jomo Daura, representing Daura Sandomi Adwa Federal Constituency of Katsina State. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague in college and our senior in college, Honorable Jalo. I so second, Mr. Speaker, sir. Under
You better not mention under whatever. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Health Institutions and Health Specialty Care and Services for further legislative action. The 16th order of the day is a motion on the need to employ the use of modern technology to secure the nation's borders, standing in the name of Honorable Obi Lilian Orobu. Honorable Orobu is hereby invited to move this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Orobu Obiageli Lilian. I represent the good people of Oka, North and South Federal Constituency from Anambra State. Mr. Speaker, I stand this afternoon to move the motion on the need to employ the use of modern technology to secure the nation's borders. The House knows that there are over 320 illegal routes into Nigeria that serve as horrendous channels for the influx of inadmissible aliens and goods. Also notes that Nigeria at the moment lacks sufficient security personnel to safeguard the existing illegal routes across the borders. Further notes that the unmanned routes provide avenues for insecurity, proliferation of arms, and dumping of unwholesome goods into the country. Concerned that the porous borders have provided an impetus to the thriving drug and human trafficking routes all over the country. Aware that the border policing has since shifted from the mundane use of only human beings to the deployment of sophisticated electronic-based equipment for potency. Also aware that the deployment of technologies like electronic sensors, video monitors, and night vision scopes to detect illegal entries has proved more effective in Western countries than human security. Further aware that more advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, drones, and dark fighter cameras are available to further enhance border controls. Resolves to urge the Nigerian Customs Service to beef up the nation's border security with modern technological gadgets, mandate the committees on national security and intelligence and customs and excise to interface with the relevant agencies of the executive arm to ensure implementation and report within 4 weeks for further legislative action. And 3, also mandate the Committee on Legislative Compliance to ensure compliance. I so move. Thank you.
Any professor on the floor, any professor, because a professorial motion can only be seconded by a professor. And then we go down to the doctors to give it the rightful respect No, we should go for an honorary. An honorary. Doctor, I recognize Honorable Faleke to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is James Abiodun Faleke. I represent Ikeja Federal Constituency. I rise to second the motion ably moved by my colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye.
Amendment, sir.
Those amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Ejah Baba Chibok Dambo Goza. Since our motion has to do with stoppage of influx of goods and aliens, there is a need for immigration services to be involved and the Committee on Internal Affairs to be involved.
Additionally,
Committee on Internal Affairs.
Internal Affairs.
And Immigration.
Immigration.
Yes, sir.
Immigration is internal affairs.
No. I am trying to amend the two prayers.
Okay.
One, the first prayer should include immigration services to be part of the implementers of that particular prayer. Two, the second prayer, the committee that will be charged with the responsibility of ensuring compliance should include internal affairs.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Any seconder to this amendment? Honorable Munir.
No, sir, it's just an amendment to the amendment. It's actually called Committee on Interior, if I'm correct. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So please second the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable members, my name is Honorable Ahmed Munir. I represent the good people of Lere Federal Constituency. I am from Kaduna State. I hereby second the amendment by Honorable Jaha, my big brother. Mr. Speaker, I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support of this motion as amended should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committee on Interior and Legislative Compliance for further legislative actions. Customs and Interior, are they all part of the prayers? Okay, so let me take it again. This motion is referred to the Committee on Interior, Customs, and Customs and what? And Interior and Legislative Compliance for further legislative action. Thank you. The 17th order of the day is a motion on urgent call to revisit school feeding policy, standing in the name of Honorable Mukhtar Umar Zakari. Honorable Zakari is hereby invited to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I am very pleased, before you say anything, that the feeding policy program initiated by APC has been ably supported by an NNPP. God bless you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure Honorable Alima Daki will second this motion at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Mukhtar Umar Zakari. I represent Aroni Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker. I'm from Kano. The House urgent call on the federal government to revisit school feeding policy. The House noted that Nigerian National Homegrown School Feeding Program was a pilot program launched in 2004, targeting 12 states to provide nutritious midday meal to public primary school pupils in the country. Also note that in 2016, the program was launched nationally, targeting public primary school children using locally sourced ingredients to improve health, stimulate agricultural production, and boost smallholder farmers' income. Also, aware that the philosophy behind National Homegrown School Food Program is to encourage enrollment in the public primary school, address childhood hunger pangs, and improve their ability to concentrate, learn, and increase school attendance. Also aware that the program aims to increase positive association between school and basic need nutrition, which is essential for children's well-being. It aims to increase enthusiasm for school attendance and motivate families to prioritize their children's education. This positive association can lead to improved attendance, academic performance, and overall education outcomes. Concerned that suspension of this program by the current administration is unsettling for several reasons, namely reduced school enrollment and attendance, compromised health and cognitive development of the children, and disruption of the income of smallholder farmers. Recognize that addressing the program challenges is crucial, but a complete suspension may cause more harm. Therefore, it is important to find alternative solutions or efficient implementation of the National Homegrown School Feeding Program to ensure Nigerian children continue to benefit from this important initiative. Worried that the cancellation of the program is causing upsurge in the number of out-of-school children, posing a threat to the country's future and leading to high rate of crime, insecurity, and unemployment. Resolve: urge the federal government to revisit the school feeding program in all public primary schools in the country. Mandate the Committee on Special Duties, Finance, to invite Honorable Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs, Education and Finance to revisit the program and propose solution for its future. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I think unless if Honorable Alima Adaki is not ready to second, I want it to be an NNPP affair, supporting an APC agenda. Yeah. Amendment. Okay, so let's start with Honorable Ambaruna.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Mr. Speaker, going by the experience in this program, I wish to suggest that the Ministry of Humanitarian should be involved in revisiting the matter. Thank you.
Are you sure in the past, the feeding program
it's been
was facilitated by Ministry of Humanitarian?
It's been handled, sir. It's been handled by the humanitarian ministry.
You're sure?
Yes.
Okay, so it is. So that is you're amending, isn't it? Any seconder to this amendment to include humanitarian as part of the prayer? Taura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Honorable Saad Wada Taura, representing the good people of Ringim and Taura Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. As what my honorable colleague said, talking by experience, exactly it's the Ministry of Humanitarian that is handling this particular program. So I rise to second the motion as heavily moved by Honorable Ambarura. Thank you.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is a bit. Deacon.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Chike John Okafor, PhD. I represent the good people of Ehimemba and Ohituba Mobo Federal Constituency from Imo State. Mr. Speaker, by the standing orders of this House, the 11th edition, Order 20, Committees of the House, Establishment and Jurisdiction, as a committee known as Committee on Nutrition and Food Security. The National Homegrown School Feeding Program is entirely within the jurisdiction of this committee. So I'm moving that we also add the Committee on Nutrition and Food Security in the list. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder to the inclusion of this committee? Honorable Abese, or even though you want to contribute, right? You have an amendment. Okay, let's get somebody to second. Who is the red cap at the... Yes, please, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My dear honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Joseph Mwabasi. representing Ezano Tishelu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to second the motion as moved. I so second.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Abese, what's your amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Chief Dr. Philip Agbese. Mr. Speaker, I represent the good people of Ado Okpoku of Baribo Federal Constituency of Benue State. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Please go ahead.
It seems to me that some of my colleagues are not actually conversant with happenings in the media. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is very true that our party, the All Progressive Congress, initiated this program. On the paper, it is meant to be a very laudable program. Mr. Speaker, sir, without shame, and with what Mr. President has done by ending the corruption regime in the fuel subsidy, I think as a member of the All Progressive Congress, it will be good to call a spade a spade. Mr. Speaker, sir, the homeschool, grown school feeding program has been marred with the highest level of corruption as far as this country is concerned. The former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, from what we have read on the pages of newspaper, stole over 800 billion naira from this program.
Honorable Leo, you said you have an amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So go
sir.
straight to your amendment. What do you want us to amend?
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, before this program was cancelled by Mr. President, the transparent president, and in line with the legislative agenda of this House under your leadership to promote accountability and transparency and probity in governance, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to amend that our Committee on Finance, Special Duties, and all the relevant committees as amended in Prayer 1, first and foremost, be made to invite and investigate, to tell Nigerians what has happened to that program. If we do not investigate and find out what has happened to the program, Mr. President, I do not support that we should continue or encourage the program to go on. My prayer, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, to mandate the Committee on Special Duties and Finance, not just to invite, but to investigate. Not to invite. The prayer here is to invite the honorable ministers of special duties and to revisit the program. I'm saying not to revisit the program, but to investigate the program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. That's my amendment.
Any seconder to this amendment? Yes, Honorable, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Victor Obuzo, representing the good people of Ahoda West, Oba, Egbema, Ondoni Federal Constituency. I'm from Rivers State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as amended by my honorable colleague, Dajo. I so second.
Those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Any more amendments? Taken? Those in support of this motion as amended should say aye. Oh. Let's get a seconder to the motion. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, my highly respected colleagues. Mr. Speaker, before I second the motion, I would like to state that the school feeding program in Nigeria, let the truth be known, was started in 2011 by the government of Kano State, then under Senator Rabiu Musa.
We don't know that. That was a state that we are not nationwide. This motion is talking about Nigeria, not a state.
So that is stating the truth. So with that, I stand to second the motion as ably moved by Honorable Mukhtar. I so second, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Those in support of this motion as amended should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the Committees on Special Duties, Finance, Food and Nutrition, and Humanitarian Affairs for further legislative action. We have asked the clerk to ignore. The 18th order of the day is a motion on the need to dredge River Benue to curb perennial flooding, standing in the name of Honorable Sekab Zua Yoyom. Honorable Sekab is hereby invited to move the motion. Is he around?
Thank you, Mr.
Before you
Speaker,
say anything, my dear brother, is it because of this motion that you are having an entirely different dress? I've never seen you in this kind of dress before. I'm sure the two people are there, proudly looking at you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the privilege. Honorable colleagues, Sekab Zwayutiom is my name, member representing Buruku Federal Constituency of Benue State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, here comes the rains again. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, I rise to move a motion for the need to dredge River Benue to comb the perennial flooding. Mr. Speaker, the House notes that the River Benue is one of the two major rivers in Nigeria, a tributary into River Niger, stretching approximately 1,400 kilometers and a vital transportation route. Water resources for irrigation, drinking, and domestic use, supporting agriculture, fishing, and economic activities. The House also notes that NEMA conducted a disaster risk management analysis and advised ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, to take proactive steps to mitigate climate change and advise that water bodies across some states be desolated and dredged regularly to make them available for various purposes and conduct return monitoring to ensure that the rule code for reservoirs is upheld to. Mr. Speaker, the House further notes that the former Minister of Transportation informed the Senate Committee on Marine Transport in 2017 that the federal government has awarded a contract for the dredging of River Benue, but nothing has been done. Worried that the flood disrupted communities across Nigeria, with hundreds of villages and urban centers totally submerged. Over 2.4 million people were displaced. Over 600 fatalities recorded, and expansive hectares of farmland across the affected states were swept away. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, over 13 local governments, including Makudi and Buruku, were affected by floods emanating from the overflow of River Benue. Also aware that the worst hit are the agrarian communities hosting the major tributaries of Benue River that cuts across 7 of the 23 local governments in the state. 12 local government areas were totally submerged and over 82,000 people were affected. 50 people injured and 27 deaths. Farmlands worth billions were destroyed. Observe that the UN's International Organization for Migration, IOM, noted that floods as a result of heavy downfalls have displaced a lot of people, and already displaced living in IDPs camps are being displaced by floods. Worried that every year the Lado Dams in Cameroon is open to free excess water, which then flows through the River Benue, causing flooding in communities located along the river basin. And also the major roads from Makodi to Boko where whole houses on that road are totally submerged, as well as farming communities along the road, destroying houses and properties worth billions of naira. Mr. Speaker, the House worried that in 2022, the flooding of river caused an increase in the population of vulnerable snakes in the Duguri district, Arkari local government area of Bauchi State. A July 2013 report indicates that over 200 people in the district died of snake bites. The situation is similar in Benue State, where over 70 persons died, which warranted the Catholic Diocese of Makurdi, in partnership with the state government, former Governor Samuel Otom, to initiate a fund to treat victims of snake bites. Over 3,000 persons have been treated so far. The House concerned that if the River Benue is not drained, the yearly flooding occurrence as a result of heavy downpours and the release of water from Lado Dam will continue to hit the communities around the river basin, hereby destroying farmlands as well as sucking the whole communities, and this will cause food and humanitarian crisis and also expose the people to risks of waterborne diseases. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the House resolved to: 1. Urge the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Environment, Transportation, through the National Inland Waterways Authority, NEWA, Ecological Funds Office, and Hypertech to immediately dredge the river Benue. 2. Mandate the Committee on Emergency and Disaster Preparedness to liaise with NEMA and the Ministry of Humanitarian and Disaster Management to compensate and rehabilitate those affected by flooding. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, also the House mandate the Committee on Water Resources, Inland Waterways, Transport, Ecological Fund, and Hydrological Services, Hypertech, to liaise with the Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Environment, and Ministry of Transportation through the Inland Waterways Authority, NEWA, and Hypertech to ensure compliance. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I so move.
Any seconder? Honorable Jafar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague. Jafar Muhammad Shetima Babu is my name. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to call attention of the mover of this very important motion, simply because Nigeria is comprising the two important rivers. No, my is amendment. Can we? I have to make. No, I told him I can amend. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for your important corrections. Jafar Muhammad is my name. I here to second this very important motion, happily moved by our honorable colleague, as well as if I'm given opportunity to make little adjustment or amendment in terms of the prayers. Thank you.
You want to amend?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead. Since
Thank
we
you,
didn't
sir.
put the question, you can amend.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. My amendment is going directly on the issue of the region of the River Benue, whereby Nigeria has an important two rivers, which is River Niger and River Benue. All what affected River Benue, the same thing affects River Niger. So if we want to get the result, in terms of the prayer, I want to also include River Niger in terms of dredging, as well as we can get result. Thank you, sir.
But are you sure you are not going to water down the request? Because Niger and Benue are too extensive and large for one action to be taken. Don't you think so? I would have advised that if you feel strongly that the Niger axis required this, you come with your own motion, similar, so that we don't dilute or water this particular motion too much.
Okay, sir. Your wish is my command, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, any seconder? Any seconder? Kelechi? Or is it Cyril? I can either Kelechi or Cyril, whoever is there. Yeah, please.
The right, the Honorable Speaker, the most respected, trusted, and humble speaker that have respect for legislators. My name is Honorable Kelechi Mogu. Right Honorable Speaker, with the special grace of God, I represent the people of Ichie Omoma constituency. I'm from River State, the treasure base of the nation. I rise to second the motion moved by my colleague. I so second.
Amendment. The chairman amendment committee is moving for an amendment, right?
Yes, Right Honorable
please
Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Chris Nkwanta, Chairman Climate Change. I represent the good people of Okwa East and West Federal Constituency, the treasure base of Abia State. Mr. Speaker, this motion is essentially about the effect of climate change. I noticed that in the prayer, he never mentioned the inclusion of the Committee on Climate Change. So my amendment will be on prayer number 3, which is to say also mandate the committees on water resources, inland waterways, transport, ecological fund, hydrological services, and climate change to liaise with the Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Environment, and Ministry of Transportation through the National Inland Waterways Authority. I so amend, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Sorry, I was discussing what was the issue, what was the amendment that you are proposing? Can you repeat, please?
Just to include my committee is conspicuously missing here, because this motion has to do with...
Any seconder to the inclusion of climate change as part of the committees? Yes, the honorable member right behind.
Thank you, our respected speaker, honorable colleagues. My name is Anamero Dekeri, representing the good people of Esako Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am aspiring chairman of floor members committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this afternoon to support the amendment as ably moved by my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so second.
So I hope you don't have too many competition. There are so many aspiring for the same position. But I assure you of my vote when the time comes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So those in support of this amendment should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Any more amendments? So we put the question. Those in support of this motion as amended should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the committees on water resources, inland waterways, ecological fund, hydrological development, and climate change for further legislative action. Of course, water resources is the lead committee, since they're all water related. Thank you. The 19th order of the day is a motion on the call to combat a predicative flooding and ravaging gully erosion in the Kina local government area of Kogi State, standing in the name of Honorable Haruna Paul Gawon. Honorable Gawon is hereby invited to move the motion. Honorable Gawon.
Your Excellency, Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Paul Gawon Haruna. I represent Basa, the Kina Federal Constituency. I am from Kogi State. Excellency, Mr. Speaker, before I go forward, I move to correct some typographical errors I have detected in line 1 of the title and line 3, paragraph 2 of the motion respectively. To read as follows, Mr. Speaker. Line 1 of the title should read, call to combat a perennial flooding, not predicative, Mr. Speaker. And then line 3, paragraph 2 should read as follows. Loss of lives and property and affected the socio-economic activities of the people who stop. Then it will start again from the worst hit areas, Anyigba, Iyale, Odo, and the Kina towns, Mr. Speaker. I now stand to move my motion on the call to combat the perennial flooding and ravaging gully erosion in the Kina local government area of Kogi State. The House notes that the Dikina local government is a major political, educational, and socio-economic nerve center in Kogi State, which adjoins 4 other local governments like Basa, Ofu, Omala, and Nangpa, respectively, and serves as a gateway and transit route from Omala and Basa local government areas. Also notes, Mr. Speaker, that the incessant menace of flooding and erosion in the Kina local government has been a long-standing and nagging issue that has plagued the Kina local government for over a decade, thus causing loss of lives and property and affected the socio-economic activities of the people. The worst hit areas are Anyigba, Iyale, Odu, and the Kina towns. Worried that as rainy season intensifies, flooding and gully erosion would escalate due to inadequate drainages, poor urban planning, and climate change impact, requiring urgent intervention and
distracting the DS. Please continue.
Resolve, Mr. Speaker. 1. Urge the federal government to A, urgently establish an interagency task force comprising of representatives from the Ministry of Environment, Water Resources, Works and Housing, National Emergency Management Agency to coordinate efforts and execute comprehensive flood and erosion management strategies. B, implement a community-based initiative including public awareness, campaigns, community training on disaster preparedness, and nature-based solutions, such as afforestation, watershed management, and sustainable land use practices to enhance resilience against flooding and erosion hazards in the Kina local government area. 2. Mr. Speaker, also urged the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and Ecological Fund Office to allocate resources for the immediate implementation of flood control and erosion mitigation measures in the Kina local government area. 3. Mandate the Committees on Environment, Works, Water Resources, and Ecological Fund to monitor the implementation, progress of the proposed intervention, ensure completion of the projects, and to report within 4 weeks for further legislative action. And finally, transmit the resolution to the Executive Governor of Kogi State, Minister of Environment, Minister of Water Resources, Minister of Works, the Director General National Emergency Management Agency, for consideration and necessary action, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Any seconder? My dear sister from Rivers.
Good day, my honorable and distinguished and fatherly speaker, my distinguished colleagues. My name is Blessing Chigeru Amade, representing the good people of Port Harcourt Federal Constituency 2 of Rivers State, an Ikwere woman. I hereby stand to second the motion ably moved by my colleague from Kogi State. I was once in Ayamba. I so move. I so second, please.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to the committees. I have already hit the gavel. No, I will not come back again, leader. You know, even the other time I was, any rescission of a decision taken can only come through a substantive motion, so I have already hit the gavel. You could have at least pointed to me that you wanted to speak earlier. I would have not even identified somebody to second. So sorry for that, please.
Honorable Sada, you should be guided, please.
So this motion is referred to the Committees on Environment, Works, Water Resources, and Ecological Fund for further legislative action. The 28th order of the day is a motion on a clarion call to review the 2024 JAM results and the entire education curriculum, standing in the name of Honorable Maria Emurete Abikake. Honorable Abikake is hereby invited to move the motion.
His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues, I remain Marie Enenimiete Ebikake, representing the wonderful people of Brass Nembe Federal Constituency. Your Excellency, sir, I am standing to step down this motion because events overtaken it. I intended this motion about 3 months ago, immediately after the JAM examination results. But as it stands now, events overtaking it, so I'm stepping it down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my dear sister. This motion is stepped down by the leave of the House. The 21st order of the day is consideration of 5 reports standing in the name of the House Leader. The Leader will move for their consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. I remain Abubakar Maki Eleman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Madam Dore Kaugama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the following report should be considered. A bill for an act, or let me go directly to the related matters, HB 1261, HB 1262, HB 75, and HB 1043, and HB 1114, and the last, not the least, HB 1038, respectively. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Leader. Leader, can you second?
Mr. Speaker, my highly respected colleagues, I stand to second the motion as ably moved by the acting House Leader. I do second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. The 22nd order of the day is consideration of report of the Committee on Shipping Services and related matters on a bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Shippers Council Act, Cap N133, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, and enact Nigerian Shipping and Port Economic Regulatory Agency, and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the bill was laid on Tuesday, 9th July 2024. Honorable Abdulsamad Dasuki will move for their consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I remain Abdulsamad Dasuki, representing Kebe Tambuwal from Sokoto State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the House do consider the report and adopt the report on the Committee on Shipping Services and Related Matters Bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Shippers Council Act, Cap N133, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, and enact Nigerian Shipping and Port Economic Regulatory Agency, and for related matters, HB 1038, laid on the 9th 7/2024. Thank you. I so move, sir.
Any seconder? Any seconder? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, our leader, our mentor, and our teacher. Mr. Speaker, my name is Honorable Chief Dr. Philip Agbese. I represent the good people of Ado, Okpoko, Ogbaribu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Benue State. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to second that this bill be considered by the House. I so second, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. House Leader, can you move that the House resolve through the Committee of the Whole to consider these bills and reports?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, I remain Abubakar Maki Eleman. I'm from Jigawa State. I represent Madam Dorikaugama Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the House do move to the Committee of the Whole to consider the report. I so move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader, please can you second?
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that the House do move into Committee of the Whole. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. House resolved to the Committee of the Whole. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done.
All right.
Most distinguished colleagues, the first bill to be considered is for an act to establish Chartered Institute of Human Capital Development of Nigeria and for related matters. I invite the leader to give the synopsis of this bill. Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, as our order paper is carried in our report, the synopsis of this report is clearly there in the order paper, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making it brief. Honorable members, we appreciate your patience. Up to this time, I promise to make it as fast as possible so that we'll leave here for lunch soon. The question is that 24 clauses, schedule, explanatory memorandum, and the long title be made part of this bill. So I'll just ask 1 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 24, shadows, explanatory memorandum, long title of the bill. Most distinguished colleagues, the second bill to be considered is for an act to establish Chartered Institute of Exports and Commodity Brokers of Nigeria and for related matters. I invite the leader to give the synopsis of the bill. Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. As I earlier said, the bill for an act to establish Chartered Institute of Export and Commodity Brokers of Nigeria to regulate the practice professional conduct and promote the highest standard of cooperation among the members of the profession and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, it's a clear bill, and for all members to at least try to consider it.
Thank you.
As it's stated in the order paper. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Leader. Honorable colleagues, the question is that 29 clauses of this bill, the shadows, the explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill be made part of this bill. Clause 1 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 29, shadows, explanatory memorandum, long title. The third bill to be considered is for an act to provide for establishment of Nigerian Maritime University, occurring in Conco, and for related matters. I invite the leader again to give us the synopsis of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, it is important to see that based on the report before us, the function of the council, and it is Finance and General Purposes Committees, which comprises the subject to the promotion of the bill relating to matters related to marine. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, and my honorable colleagues, it's very clear, something that we can glance it and allow it to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because this has to do with Maritime University, we'll go through the clauses one after the other. Clause 1, Clause 2, Clause 3, Clause 4, Clause 5, Clause 6, Clause 7, Clause 8, Clause 9, Clause 9, Clause 10, Clause 11, Clause 12, Clause 13, Clause 14, Clause 15 to 20.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, clause 19.
Clause 19, okay.
19.2. If the chairman I think, Mr. Chairman, we should read that because it's talking about. Sorry.
Are you the chief whip there?
No, I feel like standing.
But you did well. You did well.
The chair makes me feel like I'm standing. Mr. Chairman, what I don't understand is this clause. We need a better explanation where it's saying exclusion of discretion on account of race.
Which line is that? You said number 2 is 19.2?
19.2.
What line?
But I'm reading the heading, exclusion of discretion on account of race, religion, etc. Then clause 19.2. Nothing in subsection 1 of this section shall be construed as preventing the university from imposing any disability or restriction on any of the persons mentioned in that subsection where such person willfully refuses or fails on grounds of religious belief to undertake any duty generally and uniformity imposed on all such persons or any group of them which duty, having regard to its nature and special circumstances pertaining thereto, is in the opinion of the university reasonably justifiable in the national interest. I think, Mr. Chairman, this is too hard, especially when you talk about religious freedom. Assuming Christians need to attend service on Sunday, and the university restricted that they must not attend service because there is a job they are going to be given, and they can be punished for not willfully agreeing 2-day instruction of the university or Friday prayers to the Muslims. We should be very careful with this section, sir, Mr. Chairman. I have never seen this kind of provision in our laws. I have never, and I challenge my members here, I have never seen this kind of provision in a university, in establishment bill. So we must be very careful to scrutinize why this provision in this act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Suspend consideration of this section until when we get proper briefings. What is the content and the context? If it is borrowed somewhere from another jurisdiction, we need to know the background of that jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. I think this is a Senate bill, and I share in your concern that this 19.2 needs redrafting, especially in line with extant laws in our country and also the Constitution. It should be in line with other establishment acts for universities. And clerk, the rules and business, deputy chairman, rules and business. I think I share in his concern. So move a motion that this bill be stepped down for them to clear on this, so that we'll have it as.
Mr. Chairman, without prejudice.
Unless you have any amendment we can put here, so that during conference committee, they can rectify it, so that it wouldn't go back and forward. So you can redraft it the way you think it will be good, so that we can pass it through. Then during conference committee, they can correct their own version from the Senate.
Mr. Chairman, it doesn't require any redrafting. This is an establishment bill of universities. We have copies of establishment bill of universities. I think we just better expunge this in order not to get into this crisis.
No, I think what they are trying to say, it's a miscellaneous and general provision.
Yes.
What they are trying to say that people should not be discriminated against their religion, sex, tribe. But the way they coin it is not capturing the purposive intention of the drafters of this bill. But the intention of this particular clause is to ensure that nobody is discriminated against, either because you're a woman, or a man, or you're a Christian or a Muslim, or you come from north or south.
That is section 1. Section 2 is saying nothing in subsection 1. Thank you. Nothing in subsection 1 will stop the university taking or giving directions with reference to subsection 2 of 19. So subsection 1 ignores the provision of subsection 2 ignores the provision of subsection 1.
Yeah, actually, that section 2 is conflicting the provision of section 1, subsection 1. You are saying in 1 that nobody should be discriminated against. Okay? And then you are coming in 2, and to water it down with 2. I think it should move for us to delete it if they have anything to do, especially it has to do with religion, and I share in your sentiment.
Are we actually, or we are going to do the amendment with your leave, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We are going to do the amendment as recommended by Honorable Sada Soli Jibia, so that a conference committee will be constituted. And
What is the amendment he proposed?
I think
that's why I asked you that question. Expunge is an amendment. So if you get to conference committee,
yes,
the differentiation between what we pass and what they pass will be that sub 2 is non-existent.
Yes.
If they argue that it should be there, they will bring their copy, and then the conference committee will agree on it.
Yes.
Then it will go through with a conference committee report. That is the process.
Okay.
So, and expunging it is part of amendment.
I was thinking Honorable Sada Soli Jibia is trying to
Reconstruct.
reconstruct or repoint that particular subsection to give it a meaning. Because the
To be honest, this subsection is totally irrelevant.
Okay.
If they feel it's relevant, let them present that to the conference committee. You know, this is the kitchen where laws are baked. You know what we are doing here is where the main job is here. Because this is the final work on the bill. So some of you who are participating, this is how we cook the bill. And I don't think this one will go well. But if they feel they are interested in it, let them bring it during the conference committee. Carried? So 19 as amended? Carried. 20? $21, $22, $23, $24, $25, $26, $27, shadows, long title, Honorable colleagues, the fourth bill to be considered is for an act to repeal the Medical and Dental Practitioners Act, CAP M8, Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Medical and Dental Practitioners Bill and for related matters. I again invite the leader to give the synopsis of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. This bill seeks to repeal the Medical and Dental Practitioners and enact the Medical and Dental Practitioners for the regulation and control of medical and dental professionals in Nigeria. When this report is considered, Mr. Speaker, I think it will lead more result to the sector and Nigerians in general. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Honorable colleagues, the question is that 47 clauses schedule and explanatory memorandum and long title be made part of this bill. Clause 1 to 10? 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Explanatory memorandum, shadows, long title.
Yes, I have an observation, sir. So that one is, even if the gavel has been heated, at least for his own hearing, I just have an observation here. And
can you stand to address the House?
Yes, sir. On page 17, I'm just of the opinion that under the third paragraph, number 4 on page 17, where a person knowingly employs an unregistered medical practitioner or dental surgeon, he commits an offense and is liable.
Which number are you reading?
Number 4.
Number 4 on page 17?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just want clarity here that unregistered means that the person is qualified but not registered under the council. Is that what it means?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just thinking, maybe contemplating whether they are talking of an unqualified personnel.
You are what?
Unqualified personnel.
No, unregistered. Before you are registered, you must be qualified. So, and what they are trying to guard against is to have quacks practicing, because there are procedures for you to go through and requirement that you must present for you to be registered. So that's what guys are against.
So in that regard, if that is what they mean, I think for someone to employ a quack doctor or medical practitioner, I think this the clause A fine of 1 million, I think should be deleted, and then the 2 others should remain. Because it's something to do with life and death, and I think 1 million is less than enough for a punishment.
Are you saying that the fine is too small?
It's too small.
It should be increased.
Yes, sir. Yes, human life. I think it
Nothing
should
can
be-
compare to human life.
Yes, it should be deleted completely because no value of money, I think, can compensate a human life. And I think the two other punishments can serve someone who deliberately knows that he is employing a quack. Of course, he knows the consequences is either to harm or to inflict any kind of...
Okay, let's open this for a little debate on that. You know, this is a punitive
Thank you.
measure. Thank you. It's a punitive measure that is always there as a sword to the law to make sure that compliance is gotten from those for whom the law was created. But her argument is that why 1 million? So let's have people contribute to that. Even though the gavel has gone down, but it's just for academic debate. I think you were influenced today by Honorable Sada Soli, who has always gone up with his opinion after the gavel has gone down.
No, sir, I'm sorry for that.
Mr. Chairman, in honesty, it's not my opinion. It's not my opinion. It was the House is taking a wrong decision, and I think it's a duty for us to correct the House. What that motion was asking, there was that council, there's national.
I did not ask you to discuss that.
I'm just telling you, which
My
the
Oga
vice
has-
president is heading with 17 ministries and 6 governors.
Yes. Yeah,
And that motion was talking about the Kenya local government only.
Okay, we can amend it with a future motion. We'll bring a motion to that effect. We can. All right, on this issue, Jaha, let me hear from you. And then after that, Doctor.
Sir, from my understanding, the wisdom behind putting a fine of money and imprisonment or both is because of the description and the degree of offense committed by whoever recruited or employed a quack or somebody that is not a registered member of the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council. If the degree can be satisfied by imposing 1 million naira, it's okay. If the degree of the offense is too extreme, that 1 million naira and imprisonment, that is the both, should be there. That is the essence of having A, B, and C. Sometimes you can observe that the degree of offense committed can only attract financial punitive. Then in some cases, because of the degree of the offense is too high, it's going to attract both imprisonment and financial fine. I think this is the essence of putting that 1 million naira. It's not because of the life, because you can employ, but there was no record of loss of life as a result of employing that particular quacks, or as a result of employing that particular person that was not a registered member of Nigerian Medical and Dental Council.
As we are going on, I've counted 34 members here. Maki, write the names of 34 members who are here at the moment. Let it not be more than 34. Okay? Yes, Doctor. Doctor was raising his hand.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regarding to this, I think my sister, my auntie, she's very, very right looking at the fine. The fine first is too small. And looking at, even if the unqualified personnel is being hired, it is a violation of that regulation itself, the employing of unqualified. Therefore, it's also close to the day's penalty, because the person that employed knows that guy is not qualified. By employing him, definitely he has committed a big, big offense. Therefore, it should go same punishment. The 1 million fine should be deleted, and the 1 year terms imprisonment is also too small. It should be increased. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Let's hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to look at it from the perspective of this clause included to serve as a deterrent. In other words, it's to discourage employing non-registered practitioners. So I think everything should remain, nothing should be deleted. What we can do is to increase the fine, because by the time these people practice and then it leads to death, then obviously both the fine and imprisonment penalties can be implemented. So I think what we can do in any case here should be to increase the fine for employing, someone not registered. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before I come, let me go there. Yes. When we are considering reports, you can still leave your seat and come closer forward so that we can see you easily. So it doesn't mean you have to sit on your seat when we are doing consideration. You can always come close so that we can see you easily when you want to make a comment, please. And my brother sitting back, you're too fast so that I can see you too. Thank you. Yes. Please, off your mic, the last person who spoke, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think this provision here is really talking about unregistered medical practitioner. It's not talking about qualified medical practitioners. It's talking about unregistered. It's talking about unregistered. I think the provision, if it's talking about the unqualified medical practitioner, I would have been in line with the argument of my colleague that we are talking about life here, if it is unqualified. But this one we are talking about unregistered. So, because the provision is talking about unregistered, I think the penalty here is very okay. I also want to believe that within the law that has to do with unqualified. Yes, you can be qualified but not registered. But I think when you are recruiting, you're recruiting a qualified medical practitioner. But in this case, this one is actually talking about unregistered. Thank you.
All right, I think in medical practice, one of the ways to know that you are qualified to practice is that you have a registration number. Because there is a body that is charged with the responsibility of guiding that space. So if you are qualified and you are not registered, it's not to the public knowledge that how you are qualified, because you might go to one hidden online university who gives you a certificate that you're a medical doctor. You understand? If you come with that certificate and hang it in your office, you say, I'm qualified. But the organization that is in charge of pre-qualifying, they are the one who has the responsibility. So we have two questions here. One is to increase the punishment or to delete it, isn't it? Yes, let me hear you, Honorable Mary.
Yes, I remain Marie Enenimete Ebikake. We are talking about an act to repeal the medical and dental practitioners, and we are about to pass it to law. So this particular clause is related to this practitioner, this medical and so on. And if somebody commits that offense as a fake doctor or whatever, I think the criminal courts can handle that. They are not going to use this to sentence him to 1 year or 1 million. It's above this act. That is my interpretation of it. It's a Nigerian law. We are going to look at the criminal. Whoever, the judge, whoever is handling the matter, knows when you do this, you know where you are going to. So the idea of expunging it or putting it, to me, we should just leave it the way it is. It's an internal arrangement. That's my own submission.
All right, I think this debate can go on and on. I want to hear you. You've been raising your hand. Madam, you've been raising your hand. Madam, turn off your mic, yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable colleagues, my name is Honorable Khadija Bukar Abba Ibrahim, representing the Matru Tarmu of Bujibogulani Federal Constituency of Yobe State. I think that we should adhere to the fact that there should be a fine on human life. I mean, 1 million is too small, or any amount there's no price for human life. But if you attract a huge amount of a fine, I think there will be less offenders in this case. So if we increase it to maybe 10 million, by looking at it, they will become discouraged, and also the term in prison. I know of people that are not qualified that are actually serving as dentists that have, people have bled to death because of their negligence and also the lack of good regulation that will regulate the dental services. So I think that we should just increase the amount that is there from 1 million to maybe 10 million, and also the imprisonment should also be increased. Thank you very much for giving me the time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I would like to hear you.
Thank you for this opportunity.
It's just that the
Mr.
time
Chairman.
is fast spent, but this is the beauty of consideration of reports.
I want to align myself with the suggestion by Her Excellency. Chairman, some people can deliberately go and commit this crime because they know it is 1 year and 1 million naira fine. And mostly in the courts of law, if they impose this fine, and you know what happened in this country, anything can happen. They will give you a leeway whereby they will bring this option of fine payment. And people are ready. They can even arrange the 1 million before they go and commit the offense. So it's better. Let's expunge the provision of fine payment and make it 10 million naira, as suggested by Her Excellency. The fine will at least give some fears into people that wants to commit this crime. Thank you very much.
Wow, a lot of people want to say something. Madam, let's hear you too. But you should be conscious of the time.
Okay, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. There is punishment for somebody who employs a quack doctor. What of the impersonator himself? There should be a provision where he too has to be dealt with. Because there is no provision to say if somebody goes to a place to be employed as a medical doctor when he's not a certified or a registered doctor, he should be punished. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, finally, you are the last person to comment on it. Kwakwansea. Please, yeah, good.
Mr. Chairman, my own contribution was that the issue of fine should not be there at all. Let there be like 30 years imprisonment so that, without option of fine, so that people might not be tempted to go even there. Because if Nigeria today, we can see 10 million as a huge money. Tomorrow, 10 million can be like 1 million we are talking of. But whatever we are going to do, we have to consider in the next 10, 20 years what will happen. So my contribution is 30 years imprisonment for this. Thank you, sir. Without option of fine.
All right, thank you. Deputy, I said it was the last, but Deputy Chair, Rules and Business. Let's hear you.
Thank you, honorable members. I am Honorable Bello Isa Ambarura. I'm representing the people of Ilela and Goraba Federal Constituency from Sokoto State. Mr. Chairman, considering the magnanimity of this bill, particularly this portion, and the importance of life of human being in Nigeria, I believe, and the way it has been turned down now, we didn't value the life of human being. Look at the way and manner the Nigerians are being killed every blessing day. So I believe this sanction of 1 million naira, in this respect, it's too small. In this respect, I would like to concur with my friend from Kano that this money, the issue of money should be deleted at all and make it 10 years imprisonment. So that is my own submission, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I think, like I said before, this particular section borders on how to amend both the punitive and the pecuniary aspect of the clause. Whether we go with two of them or we go with one and leave the other. So I will just put it to vote. Those in support that we increase it to 10 million, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. So we will now move that this 43 will be as amended. 43 as amended. Is it 42 or 43? 42 as amended? 43? 44? 45? 46? 47? Share those. Explanatory memorandum, long title. Okay, we spent a lot of time on that, so let's go to the next one. It's remaining two, right? Yes. Most distinguished colleagues, the fifth bill to be considered is an act to establish Dietitian Council of Nigeria to regulate the profession of dietitians and for related matters. I invite the leader to give a synopsis of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. This bill seeks to establish the Dietitian Council of Nigeria to regulate practice and profession of dentists and nutrition and for other related matters connected therein, was to achieve a more wholesome dentist practice and maintain standard among dietetic practitioners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues.
Thank you very much. The question is that 31 clauses be made part of this bill, as well as the schedules, the explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. 1 to 10. All right. So you want us to go one by one?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether this council should be funded through public funding or through...
Which clause are you referring to?
Clause 5.
Clause 5.
Clause 5. Clause 5.2. Clause 5.2a. Through
Clause
financial
5.
appropriation by National Assembly. It's a council by professionals. Why must it be double through public treasury? Why should public treasury fund it? These are professionals earning money. They should contribute and run their council.
I wonder who is drafting this. I mean, I wonder people drafting. You want to carry the burden of a private organization and put on top of government.
Mr. Chairman, there are consequential,
Clauses
to this. So, but let's floor. Maybe members will detect some of this issue. But that's my observation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. That's a good one. I think clause 5, that is asking National Assembly to appropriate money for this organization, should be deleted. Carried? No, 5.2a. 5.2a as amended? Carried. 6 to 10. 10 to 20. Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry. You are doing the right thing. You are being observant.
Mr. Chairman, clause 8.
Clause 8?
No, clause 6. The council may invest the fund in any security created or issued by or on behalf of the federal government. These are these are professionals. What is their business with federal government in the investing on behalf of federal government?
No, that one is in order. They can decide to invest their money in federal government securities for them to feel more safe. You understand? So they have their fund, but in order to secure the investment, they won't put it in Chacha. They will put it in federal government securities. You understand? So that one is in order.
Mr. Chairman, read the lines.
The council may invest the
Mr.
fund
Chairman, read
in
between
any
the
security created or issued by or on behalf of the federal government or in any other security in Nigeria as may be approved by the council. They are limiting their scope of investment. An accountant is here and is hearing what I'm saying. Chartered accountant, it's in order. They are saying you cannot invest anywhere. You can't go into real estate. You cannot go into oil and gas. You cannot say you are going into construction of school. All our investments must be limited to government, federal government securities. That is where they will feel more secured. Yeah, treasury bills, bonds, and all that. I think it's in order. They have the right to decide where they invest their money. And we are actually, this one is good for the government. They are investing it in government. All right? So again, thank you, my brother. So again, 6 to 10 carried. 8. Yes, please, let's hear you. 8-2.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, it's stated that the minister may out of monies provided by the federal government to the council. So we are still talking of being financed by the by the federal government. So if at all that finances is expunged, then I see no reason why this number 2 should be there. The minister may out of the monies provided by the federal government to the council. Is there going to be any money from the federal government? That means that it's going to be an appropriation.
This doesn't make sense. Just read it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The minister may, out of the monies provided by the federal government to the council, either by way of grant or by way of loan, make payments of such amount as the federal government may from time to time determine. It doesn't make sense. You are telling the minister what to do with the money granted by federal government to you. Government has no business with your association. I think there are so many issues with this particular bill. So let somebody move. Minority leader, please move. That this be stepped down for further legislative engagement, and then we'll look at it.
Yes. Mr. Chairman.
Please, minority leader, move.
Mr. Chairman, my dear colleagues, considering the issues here, and I move that we step down this bill for further legislative input. I so move.
This particular bill is stepped down by the leave of the House. The next bill to be considered is a bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Shippers Council and enact Nigerian Port Economic Regulatory Agency to provide for economic regulations of ports, services, and other related matters. Leader, please, synopsis of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. This report is aimed to establish a regulatory framework for the effectiveness and efficient economic regulation of regulated services and related activities, for the control of traffic, rate, and charges to guide against arbitrariness. So, Mr. Speaker, by the way, you see the weight of this report, and the chairman of that committee, I think the report is to be considered. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The question is that 68 clauses scheduled on the long title of the bill be made part of this. Clause 1 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, 50 to 60.
Sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, please. Clause what? Go ahead,
Yes,
my dear.
I know I'm very Honorable Zainab Gimba representing Bamangala Kalabilge. Clause 7, sir, I just want to...
Clause 7?
Clause 7, sir. I just want to make an observation that qualification of members of boards should be persons or recognized qualification. I think when they listed the qualification, I'm just of the opinion that there are other qualifications, because this, when you are talking of qualification, you are talking of university degree that is relevant to the field, and I think the limitation is too much here, because they only mention port management, transport, logistics, economics, finance, administration, and there are a lot of other qualifications from the university that are related to this field. And if not mentioned, I think the limitation might not favor them. So maybe there might be a sort of amendment that...
So are you saying that we should say, add at the end, and other related disciplines?
Yes.
Yeah? Yes. Because I think this is trying to be restrictive, to have qualified people work in this field.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's, if you look at the recommendation of the committee, I think it added the word in F, that's administration. In administration, the disciplines that are all encompassing, that borders within administration can... I may be wrong, but I just want to be educated.
Okay, allow him to finish so that he can respond.
Don't bury me while I'm alive. Mr. Chairman, I think the act is well flexible. This, during the public hearing, there was...
Honorable Dasuki, you are part of this bill, right?
Yeah, there was this discussions on the disciplines. So if you look at the word administration, the discipline word administration, you could be...
Next time when you are bringing us a bill that will take us to 4 o'clock, make sure that these people eat lunch.
In any case, Mr. Chairman, let me yield to the chairman of the committee.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the right thing to do, because he's the one who have a better explanation to do. Please, let's hear you, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I notice you are trying to make everything as compact as possible.
Yes.
Let me be very crystal clear that almost everything in this bill is currently being implemented. It's just that it's an executive order. So now the House is doing the needful, making it a law. Why is it a law? So that the country will have more money. There's a lot of litigations that the country is wasting hundreds of millions of dollars because they are being challenged that you only have an executive order.
No, this is a good bill. It's not even...
It's already in place.
In fact, this bill will help this government.
Mr. Speaker, in addition, sir, Mr. Chairman, there is no new agency. There is an existing government agency that is going to be transformed. So there is no extra cost to the government. It's the other way around. It's only going to implement, if implemented, to bring more money to the government. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we should allow this to fly.
Mr. Chairman, as acting leader, I already explained to her, and she's
okay.
We're on the same page.
Okay, please leave him.
Yes, sir.
Leave her to, let's hear her voice.
Sir. Because if Honorable Sada is saying administration, anybody who studied administration, we all know that administration, in that discipline, there are certain courses or studies that you can only relate to it. But when you, for instance, speak of port management, for instance, there is a course in the university like maritime management course. It also relates to, it is being a board member, then it means that if you are not a port, if you have not studied port management and you studied maritime management, Or even the shipping council might in the future can be a course in the university, and then you are not. So I think there is need for flexibility here.
No, but if it is too broad, it will defeat the essence of what they want to achieve. If it's too broad.
No, Chairman, she understood now. We can proceed. Carry.
I understand her concern so that we will not limit people who are not. Yeah, let me hear you, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gali Mustafa. Mr. Chairman, you have made an amendment, and which I think is very, very important to say, to add at the end of the clause to say that any related discipline, simple, so that it will. This has not limited anybody and has not widened the scope. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, defining any related will be subject to whoever that's in charge then. But I think any other related discipline.
Mr. Chairman, sir.
Deputy Chair.
Yes, sir.
Still on this?
Yes, still on this, Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, I think what I want
it's
to
4
add,
o'clock, oh.
What I want to add to this bill is nothing but, rather than saying any related discipline, should be a social science discipline as it's obtained in the institution. This can be relevant here. That is my submission.
Take me back to that clause again, clause 7.
Yeah.
Clause, which page again, please? Okay. So the port management, transport and logistics law, economics, finance, administration. But isn't that sufficient? Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. I will suggest that in solving this problem, under the port management, we can add any related discipline so that it will be any related discipline to port management, which will cover all the shipping and all that. That's port management and any related discipline, so that any related discipline will be tied to port management. Any discipline that is related to port management, which could cover the area that Dr. Dimba is.
That's not bad as well. That's not bad. That's not bad. So that will limit any related discipline to port management.
Yes.
This is where you want to cover your interests. So it's a win-win for everybody. Yeah? Is the amendment carried?
So, Chairman, shipping, take note.
So 771A as amended, carried? Carried. So we go again, 1 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, 50 to 60, 61 to 68. Shadows. The long title. Congratulations. House Leader, please move that the House revert to plenary to report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. I rise to move that the House do go back to preliminary and report progress from the Committee of the Whole. I so move. Thank you.
Minority Leader, please.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion as moved by the acting House Leader. I so second.
Thank you. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The House hereby reverts to plenary to consider a report from the Committee of the Whole. Thank you very much. It's been a quick one, and we're going to make it even quicker now. The This is the chairman's report from the Committee of the Whole. The Committee of the Whole considered a report on a bill for an act to establish Chartered Institute of Human Capital Development of Nigeria and related matters and approved clauses 1 to 24, schedules, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. The House in Committee of the Whole considered the report on the bill for an act to establish Chartered Institute of Export and Commodity Brokers of Nigeria and for related matters and approved clauses 1 to 29, schedules, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. The House in Committee of the Whole considered a report on a bill for an act to provide for establishment of Nigerian Maritime University, Okere Konko, and for related matters and approved clauses 1 to 18, clause 19 as amended, clauses 20 to 27, schedules, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. The House in Committee of the Whole considered a report on a bill for an act to repeal the Medical and Dental Practitioners Act, Cap M8, Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact the Medical and Dental Practitioners Bill and for related matters. Approved clauses 1 to 41, clauses 42 as amended, clauses 43 to 47, schedules, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. The House and the Committee of the Whole considered the report on the bill for an act to establish Dietitian Council of Nigeria to regulate the profession of dietitians and for related matters and approved clauses 1 to 31, schedules, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. The House and the Committee of the Whole considered a report on the bill for an act to establish Dietitian Council of Nigeria to regulate the profession of dietitians. The House reverses itself on the first report on the Dietitians Council of Nigeria. Clerk, this is wrong. The House in Committee of the Whole considered a report on the bill for an act to establish the Dietitian Council of Nigeria to regulate the profession of dietitians and for related matters, approved clauses 1 to 4, clause 5 as amended, and deferred consideration for further legislative action. The House and the Committee of the Whole considered a report of the Committee on Shipping Services and Related Matters Bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Shippers Council Act, Cap N133, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and enact Nigerian Shipping and Port Economic Regulatory Agency and for related matters. Approved clauses 1 to 6, approved clauses 7 as amended, clauses 8 to 68, schedules, and the long title of the bill. Please, Leader, move that the House do adopt the report from the Committee of the Whole as a working instrument of the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. I rise to move that House do adopt the report from the Committee of the Whole to be considered. I so move. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Minority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion as moved by the acting House Leader. So second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The report of the Committee of the Whole is hereby made the working instrument of the House of Representatives.
Chairman, Shipping Council, you approach the acting leader after the sitting, please. You approach me.
Please, Leader, please move that the House do adopt the vote and proceedings of today to enable us to transmit certain things that we need to send away.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleagues. I rise to move that the House do adopt the vote and proceeding of today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Leader. Minority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that the House do adopt our votes and proceedings of today as a working document. I so second.
Thank you very much. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The vote and proceedings of today's proceedings is hereby adopted. Leader, please move for adjournment of this House. Till tomorrow, same time, same place. Tuesday, please.
I rise to move that the House do adjourn to next week, Tuesday, by 11 a.m. I so move, Mr. Speaker. My honorable colleagues, thank you.
Thank you. Before this motion is seconded, please, Deputy Chairman of the House Committee on Rules and Business, make the order paper light on Tuesday, but increase the number of consideration of report. We have a lot of members' bill that we wanted to progress. So this, starting this late affects the number we handle in a day. So short it, 1122 of other business of the day, and increase consideration so that we can spend time, and some members will also participate to learn the process of this consideration of report, so that we can start early, maybe around 12 or 1 o'clock we'll start consideration of report, so that we can do a lot and in a full house, and members will see their bills progressing. Thank you very much. Please, Leader, can you support the motion for adjournment of the House?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for adjournment of the House. I so second.
Thank you very much. Those in support of the motion that they have to adjourn to next week, Tuesday, same time, same place, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The House is hereby adjourned to Tuesday, next week, same time, same place. Honorable Maki, between today and tomorrow, will handle his assignment.